All right. I sent you an invite just in case, so. Okay. Do we want to go politics or podcast? We'll go podcast because I know Circa likes to do politics.
Not being prepared never stopped you from doing a debate.
Ooh, Rex. Fucked.
I mean, you're not fucking wrong, honestly.
He's not at all. But it has kept him from winning one. Oh. Starting stream now. All right.
Look, I give some of my best performances when I don't prep, so.
Yeah. All right.
You gotta realize, I mostly come to entertain. I don't necessarily come to win.
I hear you, and that's perfectly fine. I appreciate the entertainment, and other people appreciate the wins. So, Chief, I did a thing, buddy, and it dawned on me that my inspiration was not wrong, it was just misplaced.
Oh.
If you want to go ahead and go take a quick gander at what the stream looks like right now that we are live and cooking. And I got to make sure music's coming through, but no chat. Blah, 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 blah. Y'all can't hear me. No, you can't. Yeah, fuck yeah.
You just starting soon screen?
Say again, sir?
So what'd you do, make a starting soon screen?
Sort of, yeah. I've had them before, but not since I started doing the DMZ. God damn, it's warm up in her. Right, so let's see. And now is when I do my studio mode. Boom. So that I can see this one over here, which we're going to go to this one right
Studio.
It still looks right over there. Fuck yes. Working like a goddamn charm. All right, so let's see. Tyler. Video Ninja, publish video. So one thing that is going to be a thing, and I'm going to ask y'all, please do me a huge favor. If you do not like what is happening, or if you're about to do so, if you're about to pull your dick out on screen, instead of turning your camera off, if you would be so kind as to pretty please, instead just cover your camera. And I ask that because if you have to log out and log back in, it's no big deal. It's not the end of the fucking world. It's just a pain in my ass, and I have to do a thing, and it's a whole thing, so. Copy. Why are you not copying? Paste. Okay. That worked. Let's Chief.
I'm Let's Chief.
Yes, you are.
So what were the 3 prompts ended up being tonight?
They are not easily readable right now for you, so give me 1 second. Publish video. That's who? That's Chief.
Let's see if Tyler can guess my position on the one that I'm debating. Don't tell him which one.
Missionary.
Yeah, doggy.
Oh my God. Thank you, Chief, for dealing with chat while I'm doing with this, sir. You are the best.
I'm debating Testy on what was the actual prompt?
Oh, I think I
he was the one that you were trying to do the Gibbs prompt.
Yeah, I almost fed that to Gibbs. He was willing to take it.
Give it away now.
Hello?
But like I said, did she
Yeah, the federal employees thing.
Hello, Testy.
Tyler,
Welcome to the DMZ. Please cam up or
What do you
use a
do? Who do you
virtual
think's gonna
camera
be
as soon
after
as
these-
possible.
these
If you can, please don't remove it for the duration of the stream.
he said.
Okay, I was unaware of that. I don't use camera.
It could be a virtual camera, as it could just be like nothing or an avatar. It just has to be on
Make it a
because
picture.
that generates.
How do I do a virtual camera?
Do you have OBS by chance or no?
No, you don't even need to do that. You can do it through Discord.
Okay.
Um,
You want to run through it real quick? Sorry, I
You're good.
Yeah,
You're good. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So on your camera screen, you can go.
Will this be in settings?
Or hold on.
Camera?
Stand by.
Yeah, give me
Oh,
a
I see
second.
there's a video backgrounds. Are those... Is that what you're talking about?
Oh wait, hold on. No, those are virtual cameras. I
No video
could have
device.
swore you could. Yeah, you might have to use OBS. Hold on. They might have taken setting those off right
Or
away.
I wonder, we could probably do like if you have a still image that you would use as like an avatar that you could send us. We could probably, finagle that to work.
Yeah, okay. I definitely have some stuff here I could use. Give me 2 seconds.
No, one of my first debates on this channel was a similar prompt to what you're arguing tonight, and I took the affirmative stance and basically argued that everyone's throwing out the innocent before proving guilty standard, and that's
Fucked
gonna
up,
make it
Chief.
so you get shittier people in the
What?
job.
Oh no, mine and Testes is the federal employees should not be banned from betting on prediction markets.
Yeah, we did stock trade with congressmen when I was new to the channel. It was a very similar prompt, and I argued the side you're arguing tonight. So,
Oh, wait, am I arguing against you, Vigi? I thought I was against Gorse. I don't know how to say his name.
They dropped.
Gorsip? Oh, they dropped. Okay.
Yeah.
I sent you a picture, Let's Chief. I don't know if that's
I
adequate.
see it. I'm gonna see if we can work with that. Just
yeah,
one
sorry, Testy, you don't get your free win tonight.
Yeah,
yeah,
Testy,
Totally
I
fine.
told
was
Radish
just
not to tell you to-
free one. Sorry, go
I
ahead.
told Radish not to tell you about the change because I think I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah, I'm
reaction.
new to all this, so I'm obviously just figuring stuff out. So I'm happy just to chat. Yeah.
The fuck did I say that? I'm gonna have random squirrel nut pictures all over my hard drive.
Yeah, I have a different one if the testicles are offensive. Which I know some people feel a bit weird about.
They're delightfully offensive. It's fine.
Yeah, it really fits with the
What?
theme. I could even change my picture to that, but I guess that's not ideal. Right now, I just swapped the that penguin walking towards the mountains. I swapped it for the little
The
squirrel.
penguin walking towards the mountains, like the one that knows it's gonna fucking die.
Yeah, I was inspired
Once,
by that.
once I was trying to fuck. What is the guy who narrates that?
Once I was trying to fuck.
Warner.
Yeah, Werner Herzog.
That's
I
the guy,
once
yeah.
was showing a friend, like a couple of friends. I was like, oh, like this character on Rick and Morty is voiced by Werner Herzog, and here's what he's normally known for. And I accidentally picked that video, and it made his girlfriend cry. I felt bad.
Oh, it is. It is a sad video. Yeah, I saw that thing years ago, and then
Penguin
before it went viral.
marches into the
yeah.
mountains, knowing he will never return.
So,
So
Vigi,
sad.
you're arguing in favor of it, right? Or I guess I would be the affirmative, but you're arguing that it should be allowed.
Yep.
Okay.
Chief, you're just trolling, right? I'm not actually debating.
Oh well, yeah. Sorry.
I used to mod for
Love your
Wik for a
commitment.
while.
Good,
and I know
good.
running a panel is super hectic. Like it's difficult to coordinate with people, and then I understand people drop out, people sub in, so I guess it's just sort of part of the.
People don't know how to do a virtual camera. Just kidding.
Yeah, people don't. if I was told about it, I would have done
No,
something.
I
just
get you. I get
never-
you. You're all good. We're messing with something new, so this will be cool to
I
experiment
could probably
with.
sign up for OBS.
I'm
You can
judging
sign
you
up.
more.
You just get it for free.
I'm judging you more for
Oh.
being a former Wik mod than for not knowing how to do virtual camera.
Yeah. Well, you guys were
Technically,
cool
he's
for a while. I don't
currently
know why
on-
you fell out, but you guys were chill for a bit.
Yeah, he was kind of a snake in the grass. You didn't get that from him?
He's just all about like money and content. I don't think he's a snake. His principle is just not great. But I think he is a what you see is what you get kind of guy. He's just
Welcome lunch.
yeah.
Oh, what up, dog?
Hello, how we doing?
Oh, hey, what's up, man? I know this guy.
Hey,
Kind of.
worlds are colliding.
Yeah.
Indeed. Just to let you guys know, we are live on my side.
Same with him. All four of my viewers.
I'm going to
I think
avoid
that's
looking
what-
at the chat. So,
I think that's what the local news used to say, like Channel 5, live and by your side.
Live and by your side.
There's not like YouTube collaboration for streams, just Twitch.
Radish, you're muted.
Bummer. Everything's going perfectly for Radish, who's not stressing at all about the completely new setup that's very complicated for this stream at all. Everything is perfect. Don't even worry about that guy. Welcome, Emmett.
Are you guys doing this time? Because there's probably an easier way.
I'm currently installing
Not
OBS.
through Discord.
Radish, you're still muted.
Uh-oh. Can I change this to mirror?
I wonder, Radish, if you might have to disconnect or reconnect or use an alt account. Or what happened.
So is it here?
Hey, welcome. Yes, it is here. You've made it. Stand by. He's just doing some stream setup stuff right now. And Lutch is live.
I am as well. You're being watched by 5 people.
Plus
They're all
9.
in his house.
We're watching people. I came in prepared.
Oh yeah, that's what's up. When you get around to it, I don't know if you're gonna cam up or just want to use an avatar or anything like that. But for Horseradish's setup, if you get a chance to, appreciate you. And then just because what he's using is going to generate like a stream link for him to capture your video independently. If you want to change videos, like you could change to or like cover up your camera or change to like another scene or something. But just please don't turn it off once we get rolling.
Emma, are you
Okay.
playing Death Knot
First,
tonight?
No, the state of the if you look at what I'm wearing, it's just that my handlers, also known as the State of Israel, decided that I had to be wearing, the iconography, because you're not going to mess with our guns.
Listen, as
Fair
number one
enough.
Israel simp, I'm your judge tonight. You shouldn't pick fights already.
Not picking
Everyone
fights.
always picks fights with the judges, and it's great.
Everybody knows that the state of Israel is great, and we love them shekels around. So don't worry about it.
I'm this close to changing my fucking online name to Iron Dome because that's how I be out here fucking shooting rockets at Israel.
That could be your next,
you miss a lot.
home country that
To
you name. I know,
defend
Emma, you point to Czechoslovakia, but you could also do Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia is fine for me. I enjoy the tacos.
Who doesn't?
Czechoslovakia.
Literally what I
is
had for
racist.
dinner tonight. All right. Chief, can you hear me now?
I hear you, and I'm reading you.
So, yeah, this might be a problem. Like, it seems to freeze up whenever, or it stops. Like, something goes wrong when I reach like 4. So I'm going to try it again from the top. Video Ninja.
What are you?
Make
oh,
sure you
publish-
don't-
okay.
Yeah.
Publish an Indian Jesus first. Coming down here, that is the negative.
It says
he's
5 to
an
10 is optimal, but it could handle 15 or more.
You know you can
So
just do
why
this
is it-
through OBS, right?
Yeah, if you just
We are doing it
draw
through
a box
OBS.
around the Discord window, and then hopefully no one ever moves again, and then
Exactly.
I can't do this anymore.
Publish video. This is for
too
him.
hot for stream.
It is too hard.
We can just host the whole thing over here if you guys want. That's why I love my StreamYard. Everything is simple and made for dummies.
Yeah, it's just a new setup he's messing with, using a new like browser extension. It's a little bit more complicated. You don't have to pay for it like StreamYard, but also, that comes with limitations and obstacles. So thanks for bearing with us.
I was trying to get some new people by because I don't play video games or anything. So I was like, all right, let me get into a gaming stream or whatever. And my computer is just powerful enough to run. I was playing Until Dawn, and it's just powerful enough to run it on like the lowest settings, and but not enough or not powerful enough to go through StreamYard. So I had to figure out OBS specifically for
just for a gaming stream specifically, just because it's low, a little bit low
and
resources comparatively.
Nobody watch.
What the? After you went through all that effort, what a bunch of jerks.
At least I know now.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
Emmett,
happy
you stream,
Easter.
is that correct?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. We're live.
Is my mic still working? Yes, it
Yes, it is.
Yep.
Oh, Emmett, remember what I said? If you could either go to the avatar or another camera, basically turning the camera on and off kind of fucks what he's trying to set up.
Literally, as I was trying to do, Emmett. That's funny. Okay. Same thing with
I'll leave it
Testicle.
all. I'll leave it
Testicle,
on.
where you
but,
at?
I'm gonna.
You could cover it, or it's totally cool. It's totally cool. I appreciate
Sorry,
you.
what was that? Horseradish?
Oh, I'm just trying to figure out where your camera went, but I remember you're still working on the.
You don't have to
OBS
sit there, Emmett. If you got to step away, that's totally cool.
I'm gonna go for
Yeah,
a
like
second.
even
I'll
if
be
you
right
just
back.
like put something
gonna
over
leave
like
the
a piece
camera
of
on.
paper, a fucking post-it note or whatever, I completely understand. It's just I need to have the stream live for me to be able to put it into the thingy that he said.
I think we got that. And then we're just
Freaks.
missing Circa, right? Gonna cruise in late in the outfield on his motorcycle, like one of the bad news bears.
Does anybody know how to mirror your camera image? Is that like a simple thing?
It might be, if you're looking in Discord, it's mirrored for you, but not for everyone else. If that's what you're talking about.
I know.
I hate it. I hate it. I know. Mine is literally words, and I have to look at my words backwards.
Yeah, same with mine. I mean, again, my goddamn camera turned off. Why did my goddamn camera turn
Because
off?
you disconnected and reconnected, remember?
Right. Videos.
What are the other prompts going on tonight? Are we saving that for?
I put those in Horseradish's chat. I'll read them off right now. So the prompts are: is it unseemly to poop in the shower with your spouse present? If someone who speaks
Really?
Yeah.
It's a waffle stomping debate.
The second
Nice!
one, yeah. If somebody that speaks sign language loses a finger, is it an accent or a speech impediment?
Turns out it's both.
Yeah, and then the third one is: do Pokemon
Go to hell for that one, dude.
do Pokemon say their names, or are they named after the only word they can say?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a really good one, dude. Put that one down on a list.
It's actually not a good one.
Vigi's actually repping the Pokemon shirt right now. What's Vigi's answer to that?
I was gonna say, did you just come up with those?
Because Meowth
I would
couldn't
say
his
they're-
name. He's like, my name is Meowth, and I can also speak.
Oh.
Get out of here, Vigi. I just broke his internet. so I
Vigi
can
broke
steal
it.
Of course, as I'm trying to put in fucking Vigis.
God
damn
sorry,
it.
dude.
Motherfuckers.
Amateurs.
All right, so you know what I'm going to do? Just so everybody knows what we're doing.
Casey's here.
Casey's here. Yay, Casey's here. All right, so I'm going to at least go to... Are you watching, Chief? Are you watching the stream? You watching what's going to happen? Watch this.
I'm watching, yeah. Go ahead.
Boom. And so this way, I can still be setting it up and stuff. But the difference is here, audio input capture, yes.
Now we're pretending to
mute that
entertain
theme
people at the
song.
same time.
And now everybody else is audible as well. So, huzzah,
So,
I think.
oh, I need a moment. My YouTuber ain't.
Oh, we
Champion
need
drawn
several
right now,
moments. Don't even worry.
Yeah,
Okay, cool,
This
cool.
is a whole lot of new shit.
We're
going on
keeping
here,
it
my friend.
casual today, but after today, boy, will this be smooth, allegedly. If not, we'll see how much StreamYard costs, I guess.
Yeah, true story. Yes, Casey, the real deal IRL is debating tonight. And for what it's worth, everybody, just so you know, we are rolling, as you guys can see already. There's going to be a whole bunch of different shit tonight that's going to be different from what you've seen before. We're still kind of working out the kinks, of course. So just bear with us as we're getting everything kicked off. But I promise you guys are in for a fucking hell of a show tonight. We got a couple of new people tonight who come very highly recommended. We got some pretty solid prompts tonight. So stick around. You're going to hear us babbling and bullshitting and just talking, but you'll know when the party starts, I promise.
So I've downloaded OBS. I think I just need to restart Discord, and then hopefully that option will show up in my settings. But I don't want to mess anything up, so that's why.
Oh, no, you're fine. You could actually go because we're not capturing your video at all, so it doesn't matter if you disconnect and reconnect. That actually won't fuck anything up for horseradish.
True story. Yes, true story.
Okay, all right, cool. I'll be back in 2 seconds here.
Who are we still missing? We got Emmett, we got Casey, we got Vidya, we got Testes, we got Indy. We're literally just missing Circa, aren't we?
Yep. He said he was. What did he say?
He was riding his home. He's just a couple minutes late, so.
The leader of the
He's
pack.
fucking scared.
You think?
Yeah, he's scared of Indian Jesus.
He should be.
He was willing to go out there and get completely slaughtered by Andrew Wilson in 4K for all of us to see, but he is scared to debate against Indian Jesus.
If we had...
Are you talking about Sergey?
Did he get slaughtered, though? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he was.
Yes, he got.
I'm not going to say he necessarily dominated or anything.
The only person who has ever made Andrew Wilson stutter on screen definitely got slaughtered by Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, again, literally Andrew Wilson even complimented him at the end of it, if I'm not mistaken. So, for what it's worth.
You're talking about Sergey?
Again, I'm not saying he won, but I'm saying...
Oh, Circa. He'll be here in a little bit.
He held his in.
There's definitely...
I'm sorry.
Yeah. There's definitely somebody who made Andrew Wilson stutter more than Circa. If you guys remember the first batch,
the pickle jar.
No, but I mean, you know,
pickle jar won.
I had to.
Pickle jar.
But by the way, it wasn't a pickle jar; it was an olive jar. That he actually opened the pickle jar.
Who was the other one? Erudite. That's literally the only two things I know about Andrew Wilson.
So if you think back to the first
Charlie.
Andrew Wilson versus 5 that I was part of. There was me and a few other people, and there's this one dude. Shout out to Gabriel if you're watching. He is a very interesting character and has a very unique perspective on religion and the Bible. I definitely I can find a link, but that is worth checking out. It's Andrew never found somebody like him before.
Because I've been on panels with him and kind of busted a couple times on points he was speaking out of pocket on. But 1v1, it's a little more difficult when you don't have 4 people coming at the guy and he's constantly fighting shit off.
Are you talking about the guy that goes by Gabriel the Pawn?
Yes, him.
Okay, he's part of an upcoming collab thing that I'm also a part of.
Nice.
And he in the Discord for that, I've been giving him a lot of shit because he talks like he's fucking in the 18th century.
He uses flourishes, man. Ain't nothing wrong with verbal flourishes.
Yeah, he speaks that way in real life. That's not like him just.
Oh my god,
he's not posing.
That's how he actually speaks.
It's not an affectation.
I don't think.
Oh my god, that's gonna be. I hope I don't have to debate him in the thing that's coming up at all, because
my
that
camera's
was
not
going to annoy
linked to
the shit.
anything. So
nope. So you're gonna Let's Chief. Do you want to do it real quick? Because you can probably do it quicker than me.
I'm gonna turn
Walk
this
him through
off.
the process.
I have OBS selected as like a drop down in my video settings.
You have to click the button that says virtual camera in OBS.
Okay, 1 sec.
Again, I appreciate everybody. Oh, Chief walked away. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and walk you through it. So the big things are in Discord, you're going to want to set your camera input as OBS virtual cam.
Okay.
In OBS, you're going to have just one scene made and whatever image that is. And then on the right, where you see start streaming, start recording, start virtual cam. Next to that, you'll see a little cog. If you click that cog, you'll be able to choose which scene it is sourcing it from.
Okay. All right.
And if you
Cool.
do all of those steps, it should work perfectly.
Okay, cool. So I will add this. No, oh, okay. So I just need to bring a picture in here, is what you're saying.
Any picture, yeah. And you're going to do that by going to the Sources tab, which should be right next to the scenes. Click the little plus symbol at the bottom. Click Image. And then just link to whatever picture or GIF or fucking anything you want. And just so everybody knows, I'm going to ask, please, if you need to leave or walk away from your camera, and I'm going to say this at least one more time, please just put something over your camera or something, only because it's a huge pain in my dingus to fucking have to go through all of what I just did. Y'all will see what it is and why it's worth it in a second. But, oh, goddamn, my green screen's starting to fuck with me. Don't be like that, bitch. You guys will see, you guys will see what the benefit of it is here in just a few minutes, but... let's see, try again, testes.
Okay, no, 1 second here. I think I got this. So scene is done. We're going to say start virtual camera.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
When I'm announced, could I be announced as the undisputed Season 1 champion?
That was actually the plan, asshat, but you just
you
take away
ruined
my
it.
fucking thunder. Yeah. Now not. No. Now you're going to be the guy who stole the win from Circa. How about that?
I mean, moving forward, every time I'm announced.
Again, you are the returning and title-holding champion. Yes, it will be acknowledged, Tyler. It will be
Let me
acknowledged.
tell you something. Did he use
All
the
right, so it did
argument
not
of-
pop through
the
testes.
argument is in a
What's
book?
the deal?
So I have the picture. The scene is loaded. The image is loaded. I have the settings here. Output is... Well, the output right now is scene. I guess output type would be scene.
Output type is going to be scene, and then output selection is the
selection
scene
is-
of that picture.
Yes, that all should be together, yeah. And I've hit stop virtual camera. Let's see, I start it. Actually, wait. Maybe if I turn this off, then I will stop that. Okay. So start it in OBS first, and then try to...
Yes,
Pop
correct.
this up.
Started in OBS.
Oh, I put a
And
background.
look at that shit right
Right,
fucking
this-
there, buddy.
Damn.
I'll get rid of the background picture, I think.
That is a wicked fucking squirrel.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's all. It's my whole personality.
That's
All right,
You know what?
there we
I
go.
approve. Thank you. That is a beautiful, beautiful picture, sir. And it's coming through loud and clear.
All right, perfect.
All right. Publish video. Copy testicles. All right. Then we come back down here, and you are AF1, right?
Casey, do you have a
Yeah.
camera? Or are you doing
Yeah,
this
Casey
virtual?
was struggling with his VTube.
Yargle.
Sorry, I walked away.
First off, doesn't it look like Emmett's on an airplane right now?
It kind of does,
Emmett.
yes.
Emmett is on an airplane. He's on the last row though, so that means he's poor.
Yeah.
It's like that lady that
He's
went to
right
court
by the
for-
bathroom. Someone's taking a big dump behind Emmett
It's
on the
not
airplane.
real.
And second, if I vote for Emmett tonight, this will be the first time I've voted for him. Oh, that's hot.
Welcome in, Casey.
This will be the first time I've
What's
voted
that?
for him since he voted against me on the Lord of the Rings prompt. Because the
It's not my fault that you use a horrible argument.
I've never
in the
seen
Lord
you
of the
without the
Rings.
sunglasses, Casey. That's kind of weird.
There's like 50 million
different.
things you
It's a
could
little
have
jarring.
said, and you use the worst.
But here, yeah, I'm
If,
here
if,
for
if
it.
ring
All right,
real, why
copy.
Eagles?
I
That's,
know
that's
Good
the
God.
argument.
Because the Eagles answer to Manwë, they don't answer to Gandalf. That's why they couldn't have called him for the Fellowship.
No
I
way.
know that, but my opponent didn't know that, and that's why I use it as a point. And you were brought in shit that wasn't part of the debate. You're a bad judge. And now...
No, it was part of a debate. It was part of the debate, and you agree, I agree with you. They answer to Manwë.
Somebody talking? Did I miss
Oh, yeah,
audio? Is there audio missing?
No, Emmett was just talking a second
I
ago.
don't think
Did you
there
hear?
is.
He was coping. He was
Yeah,
making bad defenses. That's all this is.
That's Chief. Did you kill your camera? Vigi, did you kill your camera?
No, no one killed nothing.
I did briefly a little bit ago because my Discord crashed. but-
Oh, God in heaven.
It's okay. It's just one.
Can you guys still see a camera for Let's Chief?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see the moving thing.
Yeah, the moving thing.
Yeah.
Is that?
I'm gonna debate an avatar.
It's
or
not
a
coming in
person.
on my side.
I,
So,
I
so
was just.
I know how to present myself.
You literally took the words out of my mouth. Case, are
I'm an AI.
you a beat? Are you okay? Well, I was
Do you
gonna
want me
say
to
that's not a
relaunch my
filter.
horse?
That's not a filter.
do you want me to relaunch my horse and then it'll just be me and Vigi? You gotta
One, two, and
relink and
somebody's
then
still
it should be
missing,
good.
right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
6,
just
7, 8.
Circa,
We're
but
still
we could
missing
always tie
Circa.
Circa in the last moment.
Yeah, I
guess.
don't know, Chief. Chief, can you hear me?
Yep. Are you all hearing me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. We can hear you now.
Casey,
Vigilante, let's Chief. Please both say something.
Something.
I think he's just not getting our shit. We might have to just disconnect and reconnect.
Are you
to
guys
him.
hearing them?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear them. Yeah.
Will you please
Skill
both
issue.
leave and come back in real quick? Thank you.
Casey, Salty told me that you're the real deal. Pass the message along.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Well, that can have it's pretty ambiguous and part of what does that mean exactly, but let's go with it. Yeah.
Can you hear us now?
Sounds like a
Can.
compliment to me.
Definitely.
Al, your audio is delayed like 5 seconds.
What?
His audio is delayed like 5 seconds when he responded for me.
Mine is?
His mouth is moving
Yes.
in time with me on the screen, unless you're just listening to the stream. By chance?
Nope. It's Discord.
I'm getting everybody in normal.
He looks normal for me.
I'm getting everybody else at normal. It's just for him. It's delayed.
Are you
a
debating
little
him?
for
No
me.
worries.
If you're not debating him, then as long as everybody
is
can
not-
hear-
Debating him
huge
about
problem,
the
that is
quality
correct.
of his Discord
Oh,
broadcast.
I think it was Discord just checking. I think it was Discord just catching.
Hopefully
up.
Discord doesn't crap out on you again.
Okay, so I've got everybody but fucking Circa is lined in. So, I mean, fuck it. I guess
Go
there's no
again.
reason we can't start the party without
Before
him.
it fucks up, let's go.
Yeah, seriously.
Horseradish, do you want my links
Yes.
in the side chat? As
So
we
yes,
discussed?
that's what I was going to say. Any links for evidence, cited sources, etc. Just go ahead and put it into the chat. I'm gonna cry if this fucks everything up, Chief.
No, just
I can't see it from.
I'll
you'll
DM you
supply
so
to
you
me.
could.
Beautiful.
I'll DM you and you could pull it up on
Cheers.
the app.
Yep, appreciate that.
I gotta do this in
All
2.
right. Well then, let's unveil it, kids. Let's see if we can do this thing.
The new
Boom,
2026.
boom. All right.
Get rid of these previews.
There we go. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna give Circa about another 5 minutes to try to.
I like
see
the
if-
loading the circle for Circa. Honestly, it's pretty good.
It is apropos, right? And then we still need to figure out what we're doing in the middle there, but that's okay because now that I don't need to be there, it's kind of a blank. But that's all right.
Jesus Christ, Testy.
Yeah, it might have been a little bit of overkill.
Oh, what? The squirrel nuts? No, squirrel nuts are perfect.
Oh no,
No, he
nuts are
sent
what
me
it-
like 10,000 links. He's
I just-
well sourced.
Oh, got you. All right, cheers. That's perfectly fine. Dump it on him instead.
Oh, well, I was sorry. I know you mentioned we could maybe bring it up on stream. I don't personally think that'll probably be necessary. At least
If it gets asked for, then
Yeah,
the
exactly.
judge will.
Instead of having them all, and I'm not going to send them all to him. If one gets referenced, just relink that
Just
one.
cite it
so
as
that
which
I'm-
one I'm getting.
Oh, sure.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and then
no
I'll send that
problem.
over to him.
Okay, sounds good.
That would be perfect.
Cool.
All right.
Thank you all. Thanks for bearing with us for this setup.
Can somebody message Circa and see if he's going to be in within the next 4 minutes? Because if not, I'm just going to fucking do it.
Got it.
You're still looking for the arguments in the other book. Probably take a little bit more than 5 minutes.
He's copying and pasting his ChatGPT responses real fast.
Well, in page 119,
All right,
there's
so,
my
Emmett,
argument.
We don't use
Emmett, since-
ChatGPT. We use Clyde.
Yeah, it's
Since
a battle of
this
the
is your first
YouTubers.
time here, Emmett, I did post the link, or I did post the format into that other Discord channel. I assume you had a chance to get a look at it. You saw that it's basically 3-minute rounds of opens and then cross examinations, starting with AF, and then there's a 10 to 15 minute open period in the middle. Then there's going to be questions from the judges and mods, and then it's going to be a 3-minute closing. So each person's debate is going to be about 30 minutes, give or take. Hopefully, we'll be able to get that started by 6:30. In which case, we'll be able to have about an hour and a half of the debates, give or take. And then the next 2 hours, we kind of, as a group, go over the different topics. People are welcome to dip in, dip out as they see fit in that time. However, that's our opportunity to kind of all of us get better and to try different strategies and kind of go over different tactics. And hey, I liked it when you did this. Hey, maybe that didn't work. Yada yada yada. It's just an opportunity for all of us to kind of help each other get better, as well as for people who are not involved in the prompt to be able to weigh in and kind of have some crosstalk. And then again, after that 2 hours, I tend to rate out. We're going to go ahead and keep going, though, and usually we stay on and we get a little more rowdy in that part. But the general theme here is, and you're going to hear this in my opening here in a second, but in general, we're doing this as good faith as we can, but also tone match. We're not trying to be dry. We're not trying to be boring. We're just trying to avoid slurs, assaults, and insults, right? Like, if you can just try your best to be as good faith as possible, this is for everybody, but everybody else has heard this. So you're the only one who's new to the forum, so that's why I'm talking to you directly. So,
and real quick, for some housekeeping, Horseradish, for Casey, Lutch, and Emmett, their text for their names is behind their video in the previous style that we had set up. So, yeah.
Thought I had that fixed. Thank you, sir.
This is also my first time on here.
Yes, but you've watched.
I have watched. Yes. Okay.
So you at least know the format and the tone. I do not believe that I could be wrong, but I do not believe that Emmett has previously tuned in. Is that correct, sir?
Okay.
No, I don't.
SD's first time, long time.
Yeah, first time caller.
Oh yeah, there
long
we
time
go.
listener.
Is Emmett talking?
Wait, am I muted?
Have we heard Emmett speak
No, you
guys
recently?
hear me?
Okay, just making sure it wasn't just me muted.
No, yeah, you're
All right.
good.
Because earlier y'all could hear
good?
and I couldn't. So.
Yeah, you're good.
And nothing back from Circa?
Negative.
Nah.
All right.
Nothing back from
Cheers.
Circa.
He'll dip in when he
send
dips in.
it.
Say we're gonna fucking send it.
Let's get the
All right.
speech.
So just
All right, so bear with me.
I didn't know I was gonna stay here for that long. I might have
All
to
right.
leave out
Good evening,
early.
everyone. Welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot button issues. Our goal here is to teach Discord. Fuck you. I'm going to start that over again.
Wait,
Chief.
did you
That's what
not
I'm
hear
gonna
Emmett
do.
when he started talking at the very beginning of this? Because
No.
okay, Emmett, just reconnect real quick, and then we'll launch it. And then
Please
Emmett,
do that.
it is also okay if you do have to leave after your debate. That's totally fine. It just he's letting you know things do happen after.
Okay, yeah, just letting you know.
All of that true story.
All right, back to one, everyone. Back to one.
Places, everybody.
Faces, everybody hit your marks. Wait a minute. Now yours shit the bed, Chief. Like I said, it seems like it's capping out at a certain number.
It's
Yes, I can drop the
or
link
it's, like,
right
failing
now,
at some
and we can
point.
get started in 30 seconds.
But you don't understand. God damn it.
I got
How many hours we put into fucking laying this shit out, dude. But yeah, we're probably gonna have to do that. Fuck off.
There's some settings in your Discord if you own
No
the
worries.
server as far as bandwidth is concerned, and also server that you're connecting to. Like, make sure you're on US West or whatever bandwidth, whatever.
Yep.
You might want to lower it if you're having connection issues. You could lower the bandwidth. I
So
believe.
it's
I
not
don't know if
connection
you're aware of that.
issues. This is going through a browser. The reason that this is happening is because, and you know what? It might also be, I'm going to kill the Discord just in case that's one of the things that's fucking with it, Chief. If you can hear me.
Yeah,
Copy.
I'm gonna relaunch
See if
my
that fixes
screen,
it.
I guess.
Because we were holding strong for quite some time. Emmett is -2.
Using browser cord.
Better now?
God damn it, that's Vigilante. That's not Emmett. What do we do?
Can you hear me?
I
Yeah.
can, yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Stop publishing. Show links. Copy.
Oh,
Negative
I might have an
2.
idea.
Properties. Chief, I might need you to drop out and jump back in real quick, sir, if you
Okay.
can hear me.
Yeah.
There's Emmett. Yeah. Because again, everybody else is working just fine.
Hey, on that browser, go to your settings
Okay.
on system. When it says use graphics acceleration when available, turn that off.
Settings, system,
Anything
show
about
system-
graphics acceleration.
use graphics acceleration.
Turn that off.
Turn that off. says I got to relaunch for that to happen.
Piss. All right, well, fuck it. We'll keep rolling.
Gothmath.
Offmet. All right. Still waiting on Circa, and he is fucking definitely going to be here in the first 15 minutes.
I did reconnect, though, so...
yeah, no, I see.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
getting you in. Let's see if this
All
works. Right. Publish video. Let's
first time
copy.
New technology. You know what it
I'm
is.
gonna be tired of saying that and making that excuse by the end of the night. But that's all right. We're giving people time to show up. So thank you very much, Chief. There we go.
I'm just happy to be here,
We appreciate you being here.
We are happy to be here.
Both of our newcomers, Testy and Emmett, and all of our, previous guests as well, coming back for season 2 of the Demilitarized Zone. Even though it wasn't always the Demilitarized Zone, now it's the Demilitarized Zone.
So real quick chat, Wrath, I appreciate that offer, and I know he's on his way. I mean, God willing, everything went all right on his motorcycle trip home that he said he was going to drive way too fast for, and I will feel really bad if I'm wrong. But for those of you who do not know, I have been sending out, because Wrath, you are one of the people I have sent the prompts to, and I don't believe that I have gotten a response back from you. So we'll take this last couple of minutes just to go over the fact that every week, and it's going to be on Sunday mornings, I'm going to be sending out a list. It's just going to be a Google document that you just have to click yes, no, or fuck off for all of the prompts. It's just like 10 prompts every week. You don't have to verify you're with your email or anything like that. Literally just whatever your stream name is, I'll know who you are. Just type in Wrath and then yes, no, no, fuck off, and then yes. And then we've got this thing that Chief made that it makes it so it automatically collates everything and does all the magic for us. So then what we'll do is by Wednesday night, if you can do that sometime between Sunday and Wednesday, on Wednesday night while I'm streaming, I go through the list and we decide on the best pairings based on skill, based on approach, based on a bunch of things, right? Not to mention rankings.
Like a debate sommelier.
Yeah, exactly. So we pick and choose. We generally do it, and I hope this doesn't hurt anybody's feelings, but we generally do it in such a fashion that we'll have a lower ranking battle at the first, we'll have a middle ranking battle at the second, and we'll have our higher ranking battles as the third, right? So again, that way, because we have different skill levels throughout our group, and we don't want to put somebody up against somebody that they're completely not fucking prepared for. But we also don't want this to just be people who are brand new and starting out. So basically we have some undercard fights and we have some overcard fights. And people go from one to the other as they stick around and they get better with us. So that said, we can actually get this party started even without Circa, if everything is working correctly now. One last time, sound off for me. Testes, can I hear you talk?
Hey, what's up? I am Testicle Johnson. A little bit soft-spoken naturally, but hopefully I'm projecting okay.
You are, as long as I turn you up. Okay. Casey, can I hear you talk a couple minutes, please? A couple moments.
A couple minutes?
No, a couple moments.
No.
I changed it. Fuck off. All right, that was beautiful. Perfect. Jesus, let me hear your beautiful voice again too, sir.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Maybe you just a little bit more oomph. All right, very cool. Chief, let me hear a few words.
Here's a few words. Have them, please.
Thank you. I'm going to turn you up as well. Everybody seems to be coming through a little quiet. And Tyler, Mr. Debate Enjoyer, can I hear you?
Hello,
his microphone's on the floor.
Johnson, and I am a little soft-spoken and lose debates a lot.
Vigi, can I hear a few words, please?
Hey, how is everybody doing tonight? This is going to be fun.
Getting there. Emmett, if you work, dude, I swear to God, I'm going to pull it out and just start whacking it. Let's go.
1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I lied to you, but that's okay. I set expectations way too high. All right, everybody.
And everyone, shut the fuck up. Let's try this intro.
Fuck up. Let's do this. All right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot-button issues with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse and survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversation where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. So, at least for tonight, please check your window, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our politics for far too long. But here, our audience does get a say. So there will be a link in the chat to where you can vote at the end. Costs nothing. It's free. So limber up those voting fingers. Okay. And we're going to exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive case. Now, we have 3 prompts for you tonight. We have 6 debaters. So sit back and relax and enjoy as we introduce all of that. Coming up tonight first, our first debate of the night is going to be federal employees should be banned from betting on prediction markets. This is going to be between Vigilante on the right and Testicles on the left. Our second debate of the night is going to be Casey Lee versus Emmett on federal employees should be banned from getting... No, that's not the right prompt. God damn it. Oh, I didn't do the thing. I need to do the thing. I know
Start
what I did
over.
wrong.
Start the whole intro.
No,
over.
fuck off. Quick
fix. You
Run
can
it back.
take it from there and cut it.
Boom. Yeah, we're gonna add prompt. Sorry, everybody. Yep, I will cut it for the after. Give me 1 second. Text. Add existing. This is gonna get prompt 2. Boom. Okay. That's fucking huge. Why is that so huge? Boom.
That's what she said.
That is what she said. Boom.
If I
This will
toggle
be
my
better
lazy
next time,
eye,
people.
is that a valid debate tactic?
Your creepy
is.
thing is fucking
That's
driving me
hilarious.
insane.
So funny, dude.
You are like a broken marionette, bro. That's gonna fuck with me.
It's the battle of the VTubers. What are you
You're
talking
like one of
about?
Sid's
It really is.
toys.
It's the VTubers unite. All right. So
Yeah, I was just gonna do it normally, but why? Why should I? It's a pixel one versus a 3D.
Yep. No, it's beautiful. I approve. Military-industrial complex should be nationalized is going to be our second debate. And our third debate of the night, again, we're going to have to do that again. I'm sorry, people, is going to be between the unpresent Circa on the right and on the left is going to be Lutch, the Indian Jesus. This prompt is going to be boink. Put so much time into it and we still fucking dropped shit, man. I know I say we just so I don't feel bad, but really it's me. I'm the one who fucked all this up. I suck.
It was me, guys. Sorry.
All right. This is
that
the
one,
one
this
that
one.
I am really looking forward to. Oh, goddamn. What did I fucking do? Okay, we're just going to start that over with.
Control Z,
somehow-
remember?
Yeah, I remember. Sorry. I mean, I didn't remember, but I do now. Up 3. Boom. Circa, where the fuck are you, buddy? Control Z, I did it. Up 3. Y'all get to see how we do this shit. Because you know it's super interesting.
On a razor's edge. That's how we do this shit.
Prompt 1. That's it, we do. Prompt 3. There we go. Properties. Boom. Okay. All right. Actually, we don't need that
Wowza.
intro, do we? Fucking legal personhood should begin at conception. There we go. Lutch, the Indian Jesus, is on the affirmative, and Circa will eventually, hopefully, be on the negative. So, going back to this, and it still all works? Yes, it does. Casey, are you frozen? Oh,
Am I
okay.
frozen?
Nope. You were just,
Just
you were doing the creepy
Just
dead
being
stare.
creepy.
Yeah, just being creepy. All right. So, again, like I said, because of the new setup, we can actually get this started and Circa can kind of come in on his own. Let's, Chief, if you can just kind of let me know if and or when. I'm not sure, but maybe the fact that I closed the Discord is why it's working now. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Hold your breath and power through it.
Yep, that's right. I got through the whole thing, right? All right, cool. Then in that case, we're going to go ahead and move straight on into 30 minutes late, 40 minutes late. Fuck me. I am sorry, everybody. We are going to go.
Usually it's
Our
everyone
first-
else's fault.
Yeah, right? Exactly. And it still is because it's Circa. So, all right, we're going to go ahead And we're going to start with our first debate, everybody. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you for tuning in. I guess we're not going to do the stream together thing tonight because I don't think anybody else is streaming. So it's just you just got to be here to watch it.
I am streaming.
You are? Who said that?
Casey.
It's Casey, but we have the same viewers, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, except we get better viewers if we whatever. I sent you an invite to the stream together. So
Okay.
if you find that, I'll send it again here in just a second once we get started. Vigi, yes or no? You're not streaming, correct?
Oh, Vigi, you're muted.
You're muted in Discord.
I went live and joined already.
You did? Okay, beautiful. Well, then in that case, yeah. So we got 3 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of the invites sent out while you guys start cooking. 3 minutes is on the clock. This is going to go to you first, Testes. You know how it works here. I will start the clock when you start to talk. So go ahead.
Alrighty. A federal employee should not be able to make money betting on the same government decisions that they help carry out, hear about first, or influence from the inside. Simply put, this is about trust in institutions. And if people lose faith that government decisions are being made in the public interest, then institutions stop functioning the way they're supposed to. It's not always one giant scandal or smoking gun. The risk being run is a slow erosion over time. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Losing public trust has far-reaching implications through all levels of government and society. The most obvious issue here is the conflict of interest of using non-public information for personal financial gain. If the conflict of interest is the loaded gun, then abuse is pulling the trigger. Good ethics rules do not wait for the shot to be fired. In public institutions, the standard is not, don't commit a provable crime. The standard is also impartiality, integrity, and public confidence. That's why ethics laws exist in the first place. If the standard were only punish abuse after it is clearly proven, then we would not have things like judicial recusal rules, disclosure rules, gift restrictions, or anti-nepotism rules in the first place. Those rules exist because the structure and appearance of impartiality matter more before abuse occurs. And that is exactly the problem here. The current system asks, how can you prove they traded illegally? But the better question is, why are they allowed to be in that position at all? A conflict of interest is not the same thing as proven abuse. It is the condition that creates serious risk and undermines trust whether or not abuse can be proven. And this abuse is not hypothetical. There are examples, including through a Polymark trader who made $400,000 betting on the capture of Nicolas Maduro, and another bet where the White House press secretary made a speech that lasted for less than 65 minutes. They profited because the speech abruptly ended 30 seconds before the 65-minute mark. More recently, there's been bets surrounding the Iran war, as well as the prices or the manipulation of oil price. And 6 newly created accounts made around $1.2 million betting on when Trump would strike Iran. 40 lawmakers, as early as March 30th, which was less than a week ago, have signed a letter petitioning the CFTC to investigate these things, proving that this is a known issue. And the key issue here is the advantage doesn't have to come from a clean, provable leak. It can come from timing, it can come from personal internal awareness, it can come from knowing something is likely to happen. It doesn't have to be a single classified document. From the outside, the public can't tell the difference of a lucky bet or a well-timed insider bet. That uncertainty alone is corrosive and why the current laws are inadequate. Lastly, my opponent will say that the current laws are adequate as they are. Some of them are, but the rules are not enough because they are mostly reactive and not preventative. They work best against the cleanest and dumbest cases after the fact when you can prove exactly what someone knew and when they knew it. Prediction markets are dangerous precisely because they reward the gray zone of timing, internal awareness, and plausible deniability. The standard for public institutions cannot be, it's probably fine. Thank you.
All right, good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and go to 3 minutes of open cross-examination. This is directed questioning from Vigilante. This is his opportunity to poke holes, set up arguments, etc., etc. Ultimately, though, he gets to use the time as he sees fit. 3 minutes is on you, Vigi. I will start whenever you start to talk.
Yeah, so question, do all federal employees have access to information before the public does?
So that's a bit of an open question. I would say, I think it's an obvious no. Not all, like the janitors probably don't have access to privileged information. Like offhand?
I would say most of them don't, because I mean, like the post office employees definitely don't. like obviously you mentioned the janitors and stuff. So I mean, your problem seems to be mostly like with like obscure bets on like poly market. I mean, couldn't we just limit what people could bet on instead of just banning federal employees from all prediction markets?
So I think that creates more administrative oversight. When, for example, let's say that we allow for maybe something with like sports bettings. Well, what if a political figure or Trump is going to make a speech, say at a football game or something, if they're going to wear a specific color tie at some event? So there's a lot of cross where I don't think you can cleanly separate these things. And the point is that it's an overall principle or an overall rule. And because they are in a position where they may be able to get access to information, I think it's better to just have a blanket rule that says they're not allowed to do it.
So I mean, I can understand mostly like the argument for like appointed and elected officials, but why like the regular federal employees?
Right. So this is referred to as a I guess would be a bright line ethics rule. So this is it's supposed to be a clean line, and part of the reason is I think to avoid any ambiguity. Part of the initial reason I said in my opening was that these things have to be proven after the fact. So who knew what and when? It's a lot more administrative oversight, a lot more cost that goes into trying to do these micro policings of certain things. So I think that's why a ban outright would be a cleaner solution.
Yeah, but doesn't banning stuff just drive the issues underground and prevent disclosure?
So disclosure, I would say there can be a tracking of wrongdoing, but I don't think that I don't think that disclosure actually solves the issue. Again, think of it as a preventative versus after the fact. So a disclosed conflict would still be a conflict. I don't think that disclosing it solves the core issue here.
Fair enough. We have 30 seconds left, so I don't think we have time for another question.
Sure.
We can go ahead and put a button on it. Not a problem. All right. Then in that case, Vigilante, I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for you. Whenever you're ready, sir. Clock will start whenever you start to talk. There we go. Go ahead.
Yep. So prediction markets derive their value from the aggregation of diverse information from private sources to estimate the probability of events. This includes things like sports betting, political betting on things like poly market, and then also future bettings on stocks. What do all of these things have in common? They're effectively gambling. Why should we ban federal employees from gambling? It's an absurd proposition. You can claim this is for insider trading purposes, but banning them from all forms of prediction betting is just to prevent them from doing insider trading is ridiculous overreach. There's already bans on insider trading, including the insider trading on prediction markets for the economy. We can agree that they don't really enforce this though, and there are ways to achieve what we would be trying to achieve with this that don't limit what 2.2 million federal employees can do in their free time. The best way that we could get rid of these is remove the House Ethics Committee and create an independent ethics enforcement agency that the head of which is elected and not appointed to limit the bias as much as possible. But obviously that's an unlikely and unrealistic proposition because it would require a addition to the Constitution, and we're not going to get that anytime soon. Alternatively, we can we could require all elected and appointed officials to put their assets in a blind trust while they hold office. That is the most realistic thing that we could do, and that we can require and should require. Another important aspect of this is that banning things like this just drive it underground. So instead of stopping people like Nancy Pelosi from doing sketchy shit in the stock market, we just get Nancy Pelosi doing sketchy shit in the stock market without the disclosure of what she's doing. Which is why if you value government transparency, we shouldn't want this. Why should we want to make it easier for the government to hide what they are doing? The biggest thing here, though, is why should we prevent regular federal employees from betting in prediction markets? If a postal worker wants to bet on the election and bet on companies' futures or bet on their favorite sports team, we shouldn't be in the wallet of 2.2 million federal employees telling them what they can and can't spend their money on. And if they get rich off of doing it, they can quit their shitty underpaid jobs. So good for them. And I see the rest of my time.
All right. So we are now going to go back over to you, Testy. So whenever you are ready, we're going to go ahead and doink. I'm going to go ahead and have you cross-examine Vigi. So 3 minutes is on the clock. I'll start when you start.
Sure. I have a small favor to ask. I have a list of questions brought up here. Could you possibly maybe... Actually, you know what? I'll rearrange my windows here so I can see the timer. That's on me. Okay.
Cheers. And again, I won't start the clock till you start.
Okay, so... Whoops. God damn it. What did I do? Sorry, 2 seconds. Alrighty. So Vigi, so at a... Just so we can kind of find some common ground here at a basic level, do you agree that there are at least some cases where it would be inappropriate for a federal employee to bet on the prediction market? Are there examples that you could think of?
I would, generally speaking, I would say just like elected and appointed officials, and only that.
So when you say elected and appointed, do you mean like betting on the outcomes of elections, or? No,
I mean like federal. The only federal employees I would say.
Oh, I see. To who it applies to.
Yeah, are the ones that are appointed and ones who are elected. Anybody other than that, I don't see a actual point to it.
Okay. So would you say that at least from the, I guess, the outside looking in, so from the public looking at this, would you at least agree that that it's not clear to the public whether something can be a lucky bet or whether it's a well-timed insider bet? Do you think that there's an appearance of malfeasance, even if there may not be?
Not necessarily. I'm pretty sure most people just assume somebody got lucky unless who made the bet is actually disclosed. We can think of examples of this, like with the GameStop stuff, where they were trying to fucking tank GameStop by shorting it in the stock market, doing shorting bets. And a bunch of like big name people were betting on that, and including some Congress people. And then they end up losing a fuckload of money because of, well, the internet.
Okay, I got a quick two-part question. So I think you had mentioned this in your opening. So would you advocate for maybe something like just better disclosure, like better transparency, or is that something, do you think it's sort of okay as it is?
Better transparency. Like my main focus whenever it comes to like reforming the financials of elected and appointed officials is primarily transparency, and then the fact that I don't necessarily think while they're in office they should have any control of their money at all. I think their money should be put into blind trusts.
Okay. So sorry. Okay, a blind trust. Sorry, I'm just making a note of that here. I'm just having 30 seconds. I could throw another one there. Let's see. So just to be clear, I want to kind of drive this point home. Do you think that? Well, you say you don't necessarily think it leads to the impropriety, or like looks like something wrong is happening. Do you think, at the very least, that this could erode public trust in institutions? Do you think that the appearance of corruption can do this?
Not with futures betting. I think the insider trading stuff, for the most part, is what does that. And the reason for that is because the House pretty much has control on whether or not those ethics things are actually enforced, and the House doesn't actually enforce them.
Y'all just go ahead and keep rolling into the open conversation.
Sure. So one of the things you brought up was possibly an ethics board, and you said that that wouldn't happen because of the Constitution, all of these things. Even just kind of at the end there, you mentioned how the House doesn't really, I guess, do its job, quote unquote. It sounds like you're sort of tacitly admitting that there is a problem, at least, that needs to be addressed. But when I asked you some of these clarifying questions, I think the main one being the first one there, where if you would agree that maybe there are some cases, and you did say for elected and appointed officials, but so you're limiting your scope specifically to those people when any federal employee could access information. I can give you an example, and why I would even say for janitors or maybe people who work at whatever these other places, lower level people. There are interdepartmental, interagencies issues. Sometimes things will go through one department before another. It doesn't have to be stealing a classified document. It could just be having the foreknowledge, maybe hours before something happens. It could be seeing just a memo or an email chain that makes it by you, right? So I don't think that the barrier is very high. And I think that's why I would put much more scrutiny on beyond just people who are elected or appointed.
Yeah, but I mean, with anybody, with doing this kind of thing in general, it's still kind of more a innocent till proven guilty type of thing. You're just kind of assuming that the people that are making these lucky bets are people who have insider knowledge, because of the fact that for the most part they're undisclosed. We don't have any proof of that.
I agree on its face, and I think one of the things I said in my opening is I think what I would view as the problem, which you seem to disagree with, is I think that there is something to be said about optics. When I'm talking about things like integrity and public trust, even the appearance that something corrupt is happening is enough to corrode public trust. And so
yeah, but we're talking about gambling. We're basically just talking about gambling, though. Like the gambling in general erodes the trust.
So
gambling. We can look at sports betting here, and sports betting, when we look at sports betting, it because of the higher influence of casinos and stuff in sports betting. People now believe the MLB is rigged. They believe the NFL is rigged. They believe the NBA is rigged. It's rigged. This happens in general just because of gambling.
Right. Well, so I would say there's a massive difference between somebody, even if it is rigged. I would say there is a massive difference between somebody thinking that a sports game is rigged versus real world events where you're monetizing your proximity to government power. So some of the examples I brought up, for example, or one of the examples, the easiest one that comes off the top of my head is the $400,000 that somebody made off Polymarket when Nicolas Maduro was arrested. And this bet was made, I believe, hours before this had happened. Another example is before Iran was bombed, literally within hours, 6 separate Polymarket accounts made $1.2 million. So I think that it seems like a lot of smoke for no fire. And when we're saying we don't know who it is, I understand prediction markets can be linked back to the original person. They're pseudo-anonymous, so there's wallets, and then there's sort of a chain that you can follow. If the government really decides to, they could subpoena, they could maybe try to access these records, find out who made these trades. There doesn't seem to be that much interest in doing that. And I'm just going to tie that in really quick with what I said before about administrative costs. To try to micro-police all of these separate things, because we don't know if it's somebody who's right next to Trump, or we don't know if it's some pencil pusher down below. All of these people work with sensitive information, right? Or potentially come across sensitive information. And so I think that there's a higher burden that is placed on them. And one of the reasons why it's cleaner just to not allow them to participate in these markets. It's more than just gambling, I guess is what I'm saying.
Here's the thing, even if say we did your proposition, we would still get these lucky bets, because here's the thing, even if this is insider trading, which it would be enforceable and they could still go to jail if we actually had an enforcement mechanism for it, because insider trading in general is already illegal, and that's what this would be. But the reason why we don't have that enforcement is because that enforcement is, one, left up to the FBI, two, it's left up to the House Ethics Committee, and nobody's going to investigate the government because we don't have anybody to investigate the government. We can see this with a lot of different things that have happened. We know of a lot of Congress people who do insider trading in the stock market, including the famous example that the right always likes to bring up, being Nancy Pelosi. There's so many. The issue here isn't the access in general. It's the fact that it's not enforced.
Well, sure, but it's one of those things where it sounds a little bit like, well, we've tried nothing and nothing can be done. I mean, in the case of these things, we're saying, well, the principle that I'm laying out is that something should be done, something ought to be done about these things, as opposed to, again, it sounds like you're ceding a little bit that you're saying that there is a problem that even you're identifying here that does exist. So if you're saying, well, it's not properly enforced, I can agree with you on that front, right? So I'm advocating that these things shouldn't be allowed, and I know there's a little bit of cross between prediction markets versus stocks, right? But I would also agree with the stock trading. I do think that there are examples where people sit on boards, security boards and things, and they've made stock trades. And yes, there is some quote-unquote disclosure that these things are publicly accessible, but there doesn't seem to be consequences. And so, again, I think a cleaner option is just to not give them the option. And because, again, even if things are above board and they're just great at predicting these events or whatever it may be, the appearance of corruption is the issue.
The thing that you're missing here is the fact that them doing that is already illegal. The problem is we don't enforce it because the people who are meant to enforce that is the government. Like, we don't have any oversight of the government, and that's the problem.
So we're talking on kind of both sides of the coin, right? So I'm talking more about a prophylactic type of step where we do something before the corruption is allowed. And I think I highlighted some of the issues. I think good ethics standards prevent abuse before they happen. And so I said, like, judges recusing themselves, for example. There are anti-nepotism laws where we recognize that something can be ripe for abuse, and that's why we're trying to address it before the abuse can happen, as opposed to something has happened, now it has to be investigated, now we have to prove what did they know, when did they know it, was it passed off through a family member? I know there's things with Pelosi, right? There were trades by her husband, and because the alternate line is, well, it's not going to stop them. What happens to them reaching out to their cousin or a friend, right? But just because people will circumvent these things and try to get around them is not a reason not to try to enforce strong ethics standards to prevent them from abusing them.
Vidge is not understanding Testy's argument.
Yeah, but at the same time, again, like,
we just need better enforcement.
When we put these rules in place, like, even say I grant that, and like we put this rule into place, it's not going to be enforced because of the mechanisms of enforcement. Like, so, like, there's some great examples here with, like, the different people in Congress and different people in the government who have, like, or their family members have gotten caught doing or dealing drugs, and then they just, like, don't go to jail. The issue here is not like that laws don't exist. It's that when you're talking about the government, the way the government works currently, at least, the government is effectively above the law.
I agree. I feel like we're describing the same issue that we're both seeing, and we simply have different approaches to it. And so what I want to do is, I'm not sort of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, right? I feel like that there are moments for nuance, right? Like, if you were to come to me, and I guess I'm trying to make a little bit of an olive branch, and I'm saying, sure, if the category that these people the federal employees are restricted to is only sports betting, I mentioned some issues that could potentially arise, but let's say it's something innocuous, right? It's not related to real world events that are happening. It's not the price of oil. It's not, is the U.S. going to take Carg Island? It's not things that affect people's lives in a deeply affect people's lives in a negative way. I might be more amicable to that, because I agree that does fall more on the side of simply gambling. But when we're talking about events that affect people in the real world, I think that having people in government who are not profiting, there's no perverse incentive, for them to be able to exploit real world events. I put that at such a high bar, and it's, I don't want to gish gallop, but it's similar for people who are maybe police officers or people who work in the medical field. There are certain expectations when you have a certain job that you are expected to abide by. And so I would simply say that this would be part of their job. They're not being deprived of something. It's because we're putting trust into them that we have this high bar in the first place.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, we like say the example you used with like the Maduro arrest thing. Like, even if that was some random like federal employee, which it probably wasn't. It was probably some random dude who just got lucky. Like, like if it's some random person at the Pentagon, who fucking cares? Like, genuinely, who cares? Like, if it's not some like actually elected official, we shouldn't care. Like these people, like, yeah, they might have some more inside information, but like they're working really shitty jobs that most of them are getting underpaid for. So if they get a chance to actually make some real money off of like a lucky bet that they already had information about, who cares? Seriously.
Oh, sorry, Horseradish. Is the timer still going?
Well, sorry, you guys, you didn't know this, but I have the ability to add up to 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
If you guys are in the middle of a
I'm more
thought
than
or in the
happy
middle
I'm more than happy to
keep going. Keep going.
Sure. So, well, I said in my opening statement. So it sounds with that last little bit. I mean, I feel like you're ceding to basically that some corruption is okay, or that well, they like, because we're saying, well, you're kind of maybe not quite speaking out both sides of your mouth, but you're saying, well, if it's some low-level grunt, then who gives a shit? Their job is hard. Let them like make bank and then kind of sail off into the sunset. But if it's somebody that's super high up, it's like, well, the government really doesn't do anything about it anyway because they're the problem. So it sounds like from both ends, it's like there's no solutions that can really be put forth. I understand your idealistic solutions of panel or ethics board. Like I would agree with those, but sorry, I don't want to dominate.
You guys can hear me. Go ahead and stop. Apparently, whenever somebody new joins in, Chief, it changes everything. Fuck me. Everything just shit the bed.
Changes how?
It shifted everything off.
I'm gonna have to restart here. All right, so I'm sorry, everybody. Please stop.
Yeah, you're good.
I guess, moving forward, if somebody is not here on time, they are just not going to be participating. I will have somebody ready to step in immediately if somebody is not going to be here on time. Because it was working fine until somebody showed up late. All right, so give me just a few moments, everybody, while I get all this fucking set up again.
Should just take a minute to reconnect these streams.
So that one's working, that one's working, that one's working. So let's see, Casey Lee, let's see. Now, you know what? I think I have to actually leave the room because some of them are working and some of them aren't. Unless Casey leaves and comes back in. That's a pain in the dick, so... And then turn your camera back on for me, buddy.
Just let us know what you need. If you need us to disconnect or you need to
I'm just gonna fucking leave. God damn it.
Are we still on stream?
Yeah, we're still going to be on stream. He's just got to reconnect the video to the overlay. So I guess this is why people use StreamYard instead of Discord. So the problem with using, I'm just going to explain things as he reconnects and just kind of vamp a little bit. So the problem with using Discord is like people like come and go, so you can't really have them in specific windows. And so he did this workaround before where he would put like an A in front of the AF team and an N in front of, the negative team. And so that would kind of put people in a kind of generic right spot. But we had found this web extension that actually turns everyone's videos into like streamables, like that he could individually move around and control. And it seemed like it was going to be a good idea until we're encountering these flaws today live on the fly because we couldn't test it. We didn't have enough people to test it kind of before. Do you need us all to rejoin? Because it seems like, oh, nope.
Nope, I'm getting there. I just need Circa and Vigilante to figure out their cameras. Sorry about this, everybody.
Circa looking
really
good.
do appreciate y'all's patience.
And Discord shit the bed again.
How much are you paying for StreamYard, Lush?
Yeah.
It's like $200 a year, dude. And like sometimes, it'll have an issue, but I don't know why people are so against it.
I'm not against it. It's just making a second place that I have to do this. Like I've got the Discord set up already. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Having to then take it elsewhere. like, and I'm not trying to get too like into the mix with it, but I've noticed that you have been seeking to get people more active in your Discord channel. And I feel like this is the reason, is because everything is Discord centered on mine. People are active in the Discord. Whereas because yours, there's 2 different places, you're not going to get that same. That's just my
But
guess. I was gonna tell you
StreamYard
about
is
that
just
anyway,
for
so.
the live streams anyway, so it doesn't seem
Yeah.
like it's that bad of
Maybe
that bad
not.
of an option if it allows you to do what you want to do.
If it
Basically,
fixes this fucking
basically
problem,
all
yes.
they needed was just 1 camera previously, or before it would be like 2 or 3 cameras. You know, it just the stream has grown and kind of changed over the last like couple of years, and so now he's at a point where we've kind of reached the limits of what we could do with Discord, and so now we do need to start exploring options potentially like StreamYard. So
True story.
Which means you're leveling up, brother.
that's right.
And I get that, but it also feels really shitty when stuff like this happens because
Growing
it's like, well,
pains.
Now I look janky as fuck. You know what I mean? And historically, I have always been the jankiest stream on Twitch. So, all right,
It's sexy when it works.
it is. It was working like a fucking charm too. So, who did I just grab?
Auntie, can we buy StreamYard?
Yeah, I mean, unironically, that is gonna be
I mean, how many of this? 1 to 9. I think you could. I think you just at least for next time. I think you can get away with the free version with 9 people.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We wouldn't be able to do it for the 5v5s though, because I think it's a max. I think it caps out at 10.
Yeah,
I think 9 or 10.
Yeah, 10.
Somebody please help me remember. Somebody please help me remember
Remember the worry.
where we were at.
Oh, they were
November?
just, we were. They were
November.
wrapping up the
open, yeah.
dialogue. Yeah.
I think judges' questions is next, and then closings,
Thank
if
you.
I'm not mistaken. Yep.
Yes, thank you very much.
Sorry for being late, everyone.
It's all right.
good.
It's okay.
It only fucked everything up.
It's
Copy. Okay.
I needed a nap.
That's for
sometime.
testes.
Something so-
And
fair
because
enough.
you
We just
guys-
didn't have the technology to support your nap.
Yeah, and just to
Yeah.
respect or everyone's time and everything, I'm fine just skipping the last minute 30 if you guys wanted to go into judges' questions.
Yeah, cheers. That's
I got,
probably
yeah,
what
I got
we're gonna
I
do.
got the majority of my points out, and hopefully
Very
Veggie
cool.
did as
I
well.
just had one last
Yeah, I
thing to
think you did.
respond to, so
Yeah, that's totally fine as well. Yeah.
Watch video from Vigilante. Copy. Is it actually streaming? Vigilante.
Wait 1 second.
That's neg 2. Yeah, and in the future, we're going to have to kind of do this in advance, hopefully. No, we're looking for a neg 1.
We'll give everyone a call time of 8:30 or sorry 5:30 or
30 minutes before, basically. All right. Are we back? Is everything right? Everything working? 1, 2, 3, 4.
We've lost the judge.
He's
We
missing.
lost a judge. That's okay.
There's no one in
We
the
all got to
middle.
piss from time to time.
Wait, what happened?
Tyler walked away. It looks like.
It's all
Oh.
right. He will be back, I'm sure, very, very quickly.
Might even be listening. I'm just not sure.
I'm going to hope he can hear us. So you said there he is. You said you had one more thing you wanted to clear up there. So let's go ahead and go back to this. We'll restart the clock. Go ahead and put the bow on that last point you wanted to make there, Vigi.
Yeah, so you're talking about like how basically saying some level of corruption is okay. Which I mean, to a degree that I am saying like some level of what you would consider corruption. Like whenever we're talking about the people who don't actually have power to make decisions, yeah, sure. Who actually cares? It's the people that can actually make the decisions that the corruption matters. If you can't make decisions, you being a little bit corrupt outside of like law enforcement, it doesn't matter.
All right. That was the point we wanted to make. Good stuff. So now we're going to go ahead and leave it here for the judges' questions. Well, we're going to in a second here. So, judges, do you guys have, and I know y'all were trying to pay attention there. Judges, do you guys have questions for, we're going to start with the AF, so Testes. Do you have a question for Testes? All right, looks like Tyler, you're already ready first. So go ahead and hit Testes with your question, please.
All right, so since your ethical argument right now is kind of in the lead, I feel like it hasn't been addressed properly. I'm going to be a bit tougher on you with my question, just because I like to see a nice, fair debate that gets as close to even as possible. So, when Vidge was doing Cross with you, he asked you about just banning the specific type of bets you wanted. The only question from Cross that I thought really accomplished anything. He asked you, what kind of bets do you want to ban? Your response is, I don't want to ban those specific types of bets. That would be over-regulation. But your prescription here is to completely do pre-crime, essentially. Assume that these people are all borderline criminals just waiting for their opportunity to steal or deface the government or commit fraud in some way or blah, blah, blah. And you're essentially policing them to the point where they're not even allowed to participate in fully legal activities because they're potentially guilty actors. How is yours not significantly more regulatory and over-policing if his suggestion is just to ban some bad bets?
So I ground this in the overall principle that I'm sort of coming at this from, which is that especially with public office or people working for the federal government, I think that the image of corruption is almost just as important as if there is actually corruption. So I don't see this as a punitive thing. I would say that another example, which I had brought up as well, would be that if you want to call it pre-crime, there are ethics standards with things where judges have to recuse themselves. There's anti-nepotism rules, there are disclosure rules, and these are designed to address things before they become an issue. So I would say that, it's not punishing, I guess, law-abiding people. It's sort of like one asshole drinks in the park and gets drunk, and now none of us can drink in the park. So, yeah.
Stuff. So I meant to put 1 minute on the clock, not 3 minutes, so that was perfect. All right, now let's, Chief. Do you also have a question ready?
Give me a second just to put it together.
Yep. No worries. And it looks like everything's working again, so fucking huzzah.
Hell yeah.
All right.
As long as nobody leaves, nobody turns off their cameras, nobody mutes,
move!
nobody shits the bed. Nobody fucking move. Just hold your breath. All right, you ready, Chief?
Yeah. So Vigi made the point that it's already illegal. Tessie, do you agree with that perspective? And if so, how should enforcement be fixed?
So we didn't quite get into this. I did cite some specific laws that this does apply to in my links in the side there. Where is it? So sorry, could you just ask the question again real quick? I got a little sidetracked.
So Vigi had kind of described the practice as already being illegal. Do you agree with that characterization? And if so, how should enforcement be fixed?
Oh, sure. So there are things that are illegal, like insider trading. Sort of the point I was making before is that it's sort of the prophylactic, addressing it before it's an issue versus trying to prosecute and address what criminal activity happened after the fact. So I would say that there are some laws on the books that do try to address some of these things. I would just say that they are currently inadequate. Does that answer your question?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, unfortunately, because I've been doing all of the tech stuff, I have not been able to prepare a question myself. So you guys are getting off easy. You're only getting 2 judges, one from each question, or one question from each judges. So we're going to go ahead and head on over to Vigi now. Tyler, you got a question for Vigilante, please.
Yeah, so his affirmative argument on the practical level, you guys have addressed it. You've only even come to some sort of mutual conclusion on it. But where he's not being met at is on his ethical argument. The only time you've addressed that, I feel like, was saying that because of lack of enforcement, no matter what we do isn't going to work, which is a practical argument, but it's not addressing him ethically. So I want to give you a chance to re-ask one of his questions and give you a chance just to answer it like straight up without any debate pressure. Should we not hold those in government to a higher standard where they have to give up actions that a normal person might be able to do because they might morally compromise their position in the government or their authority they retain as somebody in the government? My example was going to be drug tests and not allowing police officers to do drugs because they're in a field where they're arresting people for drugs and they could easily develop some sort of addiction. So we hold him to a higher standard. He used nepotism and other things like that with judges. We already kind of do what he's prescribing, so why would this one be uniquely bad?
Yeah, so more so it's the mechanism of how he wants to do it. I mentioned in my opening statement, the way that I would actually want to fix this, more so because like the only part where I actually see an ethical problem is like appointed and elected officials, which is why we kind of came to the agreement on that. I don't see any ethical problems with like people who can't make a decision being able to do this personally. But with elected and appointed officials specifically, the ones who actually can make the decisions, the solution that I would put in place instead of this is the requiring them to put their assets in a blind trust. This is something that's been talked about a lot for a while. I think it's even been proposed a couple times, but it hasn't gone through yet. And that is a better mechanism of enforcement, specifically for the people who are elected and appointed, that would actually achieve what he's trying to do.
Stuff. Let's Chief. Minutes on the clock. Would you give him a question, please, sir?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you kind of described this as essentially just like gambling and kind of equated it to like sports betting?
Yeah, I equated them because they are effectively the same thing.
Cool. So employees of professional and collegiate sports teams are actually typically banned from betting on their own leagues. Could you maybe kind of like explain why that standard wouldn't apply to maybe politically influenced decisions on these markets, prediction markets?
So typically speaking, when we're talking about the people who are banned, the way, from my understanding with sports betting at least, the rules are specifically for the players and the coaches, which would effectively in this case be like the appointed officials and Congress. It doesn't apply to like the people that are working vending and the people who are working like the janitorial staff, things like that, because they have no effects on the game. And it's the same with like Congress. Like you could validly make the argument for why we shouldn't allow people in Congress, people appointed in different positions, like the director of the FBI or like Pete Hegseth in the Department of War. Like those types of people like should not be able to make these bets, but anybody below them that actually doesn't have any power to make decisions, it really does not matter, just like it doesn't matter if a janitorial staff bets on a sports game.
All right. So that is the Q&A section. Jesus, just so you know, I've already sent the invite. If you go over to your Twitch dashboard page, like where you can control stuff in Twitch, your stream, what's it called? Stream something or another. You will be able to,
Is it invite guests under collaboration?
Stream manager. No, if you go to stream, if you look under your, I think it's under your notifications on Twitch, you'll see the invite. You should be able to just click it and say, yes, please. All right. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and head back over here. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock. We're going to go back to you, Testes. Again, I appreciate you guys. You guys have been sort of our guinea pigs here. Appreciate y'all's patience while we're figuring this out. But 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, for your closing. Are you ready to do that there, Testes?
Yep. Give me 2 seconds here. I'm just great. Okay, I can see the timer. I'll bring you up into the big screen, and yeah, I think I'm ready to go.
All right, cheers. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, bud.
Alrighty. So sure, I'll start my closing by just addressing some of the final points there that Vigi got across. One of them was, which was a bit surprising to me, is about the lower level employees, or he said that these should apply to elected officials and people who are appointed. I think my overall sort of thesis throughout this has been that I think from the public's perspective, it doesn't matter. If I hear $400,000, somebody got that money, I'm not splitting hairs on who it was. If it was the janitorial staff and somebody threw out a document and they managed to come across it and they gleaned some sort of information. If it was an email chain, I think that to the point about police officers, people who are medical professionals, depending on what your line of work is, there are certain expectations. And I do think that even the solution of the blind trust, to extend this, because again, I think it should apply to all federal employees, is I don't think that most federal employees would have the option of a blind trust. It does feel a bit idealistic. I do understand that part of his issue is the enforcement mechanism is not sufficient, and I would agree with that. And so I think that what you end up doing is you add more administrative oversight. It's actually more taxing to try and investigate these sort of microcosms and who knew what, when did they know it, are they predicting just because they're smart, good at guessing? And I think one of the things I have to address as well is why it's not like gambling, or it's not even like trading stocks. So with stocks, there's an outcome, right? But this you're betting on events, and events can be manipulated before the fact, right? I mean, obviously stocks can, if you have insider knowledge, which is illegal, you can guess, you can know if a stock is going to go up or down. This is also a source of controversy. I would say that we've seen certain suspicious trades happen before Trump posts on his Truth Social or makes some sort of speech. However, when we're talking about real world events and people profiting off of those things, there can be horrific consequences. One of the things, unfortunately, I didn't have time to get to, but is worth mentioning, is that the Polymarket, this was today, this news came out, Polymarket got slammed and they had to take down a poll which was betting on whether or not the service member that is missing right now in Iran would be rescued. And so, again, didn't quite get to this, unfortunately, but there is also deep moral implications to these things. I would feel uncomfortable with anybody betting on these things, and I'm not trying to introduce new information, but I think especially in the context of federal employees, again, I think that integrity and the perception of honesty is vitally important to maintaining trust in institutions. And yeah, that's why I would place that above. And I think that why it would be irresponsible to allow federal employees to gamble on world events, basically.
Stuff. All right. Vigilante, 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you. Start your closing. Are you ready? All right, cheers. Clock starts when you do.
Yeah, so I mean, the main thing here is you've talked a lot about the appearance. Even with, like, if we put this law into place, the appearance wouldn't change. If people accurately guess this stuff, the appearance would still be there. The problem is the lack of transparency whenever it comes to this kind of stuff, the lack of enforcement, and those are the primary problems here. Yeah, sure, we ban them, and then what happens when people still successfully make these big bets on world events right before they happen? We're just going to assume, like, if this is what we're assuming, that it's government officials, we're just going to assume it was a government official still doing it regardless. So what we need to do is, specifically with the people who actually make the decisions, because the people that actually make the decisions being able to bet on this stuff is the real problem here. We need to fix the enforcement mechanisms, because they're, realistically speaking, is not currently an enforcement mechanism. Yes, this would add administrative oversight, but in order to actually fix the problem of the appearance of corruption in this case, we have to increase administrative oversight over the government, because it currently does not have any administrative oversight. you could claim that the FBI is administrative oversight, but it's not. It doesn't actually enforce laws whenever it comes to people who are actively in government. You can see this with insider trading. As far as the reason why I was talking about the stock trade and insider trading is because whenever it comes to insider trading in the stock trade, doing prediction bets as an elected official when you have insider information is considered insider trading. It is illegal for them to do that because it is insider trading. Now, the thing is, when we talk about, you kind of alluded to it's not really gambling, but it is gambling. It is gambling on whether or not a world event is going to happen. It's the same thing as sports betting. It's just doing it on elections. It's doing it on world events. It operates the exact same way. The odd, whether or not the odds of something are going to happen is based off of the amount of people placing bets on whether an event is going to happen or not. So like when we look at how sports betting works specifically, the way that the casinos determine odds is based off of the amount of people placing bets on one team winning. It works. It is functionally the same, but that's besides the point. In order to fix this, we actually need to increase oversight. We don't need to add another bullshit law that's not going to get enforced.
All right. Good stuff. So we're going to go ahead and give it a couple of seconds while I drop the link for the voting into the chat. This is going to be in the shared chat. So everybody who's streaming on Twitch, you already got it. Let's, Chief, if you would scoop that up and put it into the room chat for everybody over there on YouTube, that would be super dope as well. Audience, I am asking you to please weigh in on who you think was the best debater. Not necessarily who you agree with, not who you like the most, not which position feels the best to click. We have, again, Testes Johnson on the affirmative, and we have Vigilante TV on the negative. Vote for who you think presented the best case tonight. Costs you nothing. Just click that link. You'll be able to put it in the vote. I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to do that while the judges are rendering their votes. And then we will go back to your votes after the fact. Oftentimes it means that you're either a tiebreaker or, just for show. But it does matter for the rankings. So please click that link and vote. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and head on over to our judges. I'm not sure who wants to go first, so we'll just start from the left today. Chief, are you ready, sir?
You're muted.
I will take that as a no. Tyler, are you ready?
Go for it.
All right, cool. Tyler, where did you land on this? Remember, it's a 10-point scale.
Okay, so the closings actually shifted it from a 7-3 to a 6-4. It was in favor of Testy Johnson, even though I would have rather voted for Vidge on this one. I got some critiques here. So Testy,
real quick. You said it was your final was 6-4?
It was 6-4 in favor of the AF.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, so I got some critiques here. Testy, for you, I'll start because it's a little shorter. Your cross was a complete waste of time. I actually suggested to Horse at one point that we need to go over with people how to use cross properly, because you asked 3-4 questions we already had the answers to. It was like 3 minutes of just making him reiterate things he already said. Also, I would have liked a couple more real-world examples. You were making your argument about your ethical system, and when I asked you your question, you brought up a couple examples, but you weren't using them in the argument. I really liked when you brought up transparency, which was just quick, but you used transparency as an example. We don't expect private businesses to show us all of their details. We do this for government because it sets up a standard that the government's not doing anything wrong, because they just show us everything up front. because these are government employees, because these are government workers, they hold a higher standard that we set for them. So if you would have used a couple more real world examples outside of just my question, I would have liked it more, but overall I think you took this. Vidge, you met him on the practical level and he conceded the argument about how the policing needs to be better no matter what the system is, or we're not going to see results. He conceded that and it didn't hurt his argument. It seemed to me like you were arguing this more like an AF versus an AF. You were giving your ideal system, this is why we need it, we don't need to go as far as his, but you weren't telling me why his ethical argument was necessarily wrong. You were just saying it was unnecessary. I never really heard a coherent argument as to why his system was something we shouldn't do. You're just like, here's my alternative and here's why it would work better. And you could be right. You made a lot of good points on it. You were talking about how we should focus higher on higher impact. The larger the impact, if somebody's in a higher position of power, that's what really matters. And that to some degree is absolutely right. You were talking about how enforcement mechanisms need to be in place for any system to function. And you were right. And he agreed to both of those points. But I just never heard, and I tried to tee up for this with your question, I never heard anything sufficient as to why his ethical argument was incorrect. And just because he's the F, and it's your job to take that argument down, you didn't get it.
All right, so 6-4 for the AF. Let's Chief. Where are you at, sir?
I had scored things the same way, 6-4 for the AF. Again, I felt like the closings did make it pretty close for me. Like Vidgy did kind of bring it back in the closing, so I did appreciate him making a strong showing in the closing. But both had really good points on either side. For Testy, just like, the preservation of our institutions, not eroding public trust, the trouble with monetizing proximity to government power, like as a whole. Unlike Tyler, I feel like Testy did bring a lot of examples, like he was talking about Maduro and Iran, the service members. So I feel like there was a decent amount of like real world like examples of another good point that you brought up being the events that can be manipulated before the fact. For Vidgy, I felt like it was a great point to bring up that like essentially you're just arguing for the government to be in the wallet of 2.2 million federal employees. Like that was a great argument. Pointing out the difference that like insider trading is not the same as prediction markets, and insider trading is already illegal and that needs just better enforcement. I do agree with Tyler that when that was addressed, it didn't really hurt the other side, but maybe there was like another angle to be taken there. Maybe if we would have went deeper into what that enforcement being fixed looks like and how easy of a change it was to demonstrate the lack of a need to ban federal employees, like maybe that would had played a little bit better. And then just, it felt like a little bit wishy-washy when we were talking about like, the problem is really just enforcement, but also depending on your role, like there may or may not be a point at which like hearing this insider information like doesn't matter because you're just a low man on the totem pole, and it just felt like a little inconsistent. But overall I felt like you both did a great job bringing like really supporting your arguments, and 6-4 F.
All right, cheers. Well, in that case, the only thing left for us to do is to go ahead and head on over here and see what the audience felt. So let's take a look. Federal employees should be banned. Results. I'm going to go ahead and lock it in whenever 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, fuck. That was a 9-1 vote for the audience. Okay. So 9-1 for the AF. Testes, that is a 3-vote shutout. Great job for your first showing, my friend. Sorry, Vigilante, you did a great job, man. You definitely tried. I don't always make this excuse for everybody, but I will say the Vigilante did slide in last minute for me for Gorps to cover, and this was actually a prompt that he didn't have a strong opinion on, so again, I only give so much excuse, but he was short notice and didn't actually feel the prompt, so he was steel manning for me. So I appreciate you showing up, Vigi, and I appreciate you doing your best, buddy. All right, so let's see if this is going to move smoothly into the second prompt, because next we have boom. We have Emmett going against Casey Lee on the military-industrial complex should be nationalized. I went ahead and put the AF and the neg up there above people's names, above people's so y'all can see and sort of get a better idea. But the AF's always going to be on the left, whatever. But that said, this time our prompt, again, the military-industrial complex should be nationalized. Emmett, you got to see what more or less one is supposed to look like. Do you have any questions before we kick this off, sir?
Nope. Let's do it.
Cheers. Perfect. Well, then in that case, Casey Lee, 3 minutes is on the clock, my friend. Whenever you are ready, the mic is all yours.
Is this working? You hear me?
Oh, hold on.
Testy, check your Discord messages.
Wait.
Coming through twice.
You hear this now? Wait. Wait. Is this better?
Yeah, it is. That's much
Is this better? Okay.
Good job.
I'm getting an echo from Casey.
You're getting
Wait, right
an
now.
echo from Casey.
Hi.
Yeah.
Do you have something? Is just me?
Wait, horseradish.
I'm getting an echo from me.
Okay, so that might be you.
Wait. No. I'm saying I think I can hear horseradish. I can hear me through horseradish, I think.
Yeah, horseradish.
Yep.
I think you might be echoing.
Why is it only me?
Yeah, it shouldn't be.
It's not. So yeah, that's just Casey.
Am I loud? Am I too loud?
No.
I can toggle back the mic. What mic I was using? 1 second. That might help.
What?
May or may not.
Yeah, you're only coming through from one source for me.
While we're doing that, can somebody put the actual prompt in the chat, please?
100%.
Thank you,
Is
sir.
this? Am I back to echoing? Hold on.
Yep.
Echo.
I'm echoing here. Okay. Well.
Yeah, it seems to not be just on my end.
Wait.
I will say when our streams joined, I did initially have an echo from horseradish. I don't know if that means anything.
Hello. Hello, Mora. I'll turn myself down. I don't.
It shouldn't be. Yeah, it says worse echo now.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's something. If you want to just take me off of the shared chat, I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but
no, it's not. It doesn't. Oh, it sure as fuck does, Buddy Rowe. I forgot. Yeah, you got to mute, and that's it. Boom. Beautiful. Thank you. Good job, Lutch. You win.
Genius.
You win the points for the month. All right, buddy. Hey. I bet you try it now.
Oh yeah, I'm trying it right.
There you go. Now you sound great.
Good,
buddy.
beautiful.
All right. So, see, we're working out the kinks, kids. We're working out the kinks. Wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't a struggle. All right. So, one more time. 3 minutes is on the clock for you. Casey, are you ready now?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going.
Start it up.
The status quo in America is a several-tier justice system, one for the rich and the connected, and the other is for you and yours. Exactly what crime would the defense contractors break where we would have a reasonable expectation of an investigation and charges, when even some ties to the CIA is enough to get a pass for literally raping American children, no cap, full stop. The first level of corruption is the classic. Lobby pays congressman, congressman pays company, company pays lobby, and the money goes around and around and around, and taxpayers lose. Notably, comically, IPAC pushed Congress to purchase Israeli air defense systems. Military tested them and said they sucked and they had better stuff. Congress passes another bill in 2020. With the bill states explicitly that the army must use them. great use of taxpayer dollar. October 7th happens, and the army says, "Oh, here you go. You're going to need these." Maybe gives Israel back their air defense systems for free. That's cool. Though the corruption involving defense contractors is much more ingrained than the usual congressional earmarks. It isn't Congress that usually decides what is being purchased, after all, when it comes to military weapons. It is, in fact, random, or sometimes not random. DoD spooks often moving in and out of those companies' executive positions just to go back and do another stint at the DoD, and back it around we go. Researchers from watchdog groups like the Project of Government Oversight and others note that track each year hundreds of individuals moving back and forth each year between private defense contractors and the Pentagon or other government positions. In 2016, they note 645 cases involved in revolving door hires. And now when, for example, a former defense executive becomes Deputy Secretary of Defense, they are now in charge of managing and purchasing the weapons for the companies that they, quote-unquote, used to work for. And let's be real, we'll be hired back at some point later. Imagine if you can, this is moving on to another point slightly. Imagine if you can that your country, your defense contractors are selling to whoever they want, and a weak but and paid for Congress with already virtually no oversight on this does nothing. And combine that with the aforementioned issue of accountability, and what you get is Visacom. In 2019, the Navy SEALs needed 450 highly specialized radio antennas. They specifically required a model made by a specific company. The contract didn't go to that company, but instead to Pentagon-connected insiders who turned around to simply upload the sensitive military blueprints to Chinese manufacturers' web portal and ordered knockoffs at the cost of $6 each. Despite committing literal treason, over 6 years of litigation, and Visacom was fined $300,000. The company has done over $30 million in government contracts. When literal treason happens, there is no expectation for individuals to be blamed. Oh, heavens no. There is little expectation for actual repercussions to the companies even at this point. That is today.
Right.
That is now.
So I gave you an extra 30
Nationalize.
seconds. We went
Okay.
a little over there, Casey. That's all right. So
Nationalize.
I'm now going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock again. This time, Emmett, it's for you to go ahead and cross-examine, ask questions, kind of set up. You can either set up questions to knock it down or set up questions to set yourself up as you see fit. So I'll start the clock when you ask your first question.
So, first of all, thank you for having me on, and I'm gonna start the cross. When it comes to moral when you're so, oh, this is so bad, that doesn't matter to me. It makes no sense. So you're trying to get, because you're saying that we should go ahead and get these companies to be part of the government. How is it giving more to the government will be less corruption?
You take out the profit structure. The companies don't have profit, so there's no one raking in the dough from taxpayers. Take out the profit
Okay,
structure.
so if that is the case, that would mean that the more government we have, the less spending we would see, right?
We would have the companies that we hired wouldn't be raking us for their profits, because there would be no profit.
There wouldn't be
a
companies that we
for-profit
hire.
business.
We just go ahead and take whatever they have, and we're just gonna spend more money of our taxpayers on them, right?
We're already getting grossly overcharged for nearly all the things.
Okay.
So we'd be
Let's say
spending
that is
undoubtedly
correct.
less. Okay.
Let's say that is correct. Wouldn't that be a government inefficiency? Like wouldn't be a problem of the government that they are getting overcharged? How is it that giving the government more power would mean that these will solve the issue of the government not doing their duty?
They already have the power. They're just using it to make profits for their friends or for companies that they in fact actually pseudo work for. It's the
that's correct. Yeah, well that would be correct in your worldview, right? But you said that they were
That's
committing
factually
treason,
correct.
and you said that they're committing treason right now. They're doing absolutely nothing. So you want to give them all the power of all these companies to a bunch of dudes that are doing absolutely nothing when it comes to treason?
When a company is given U.S. military like antenna, like a highly specialized stuff that our enemies aren't allowed to see, we literally ship that. We send that to a Chinese company to have them make $6 ripoffs. Like, how is that not treason? I was sending
I agree with you. They should all be in jail, but why should I give it to the people that are not even putting them in treason?
Right, I'm saying that there'll be different people.
If they should be,
there'll be different people in there when they're not themselves making money by this system.
If let's say that, just 20 seconds real quickly, if let's say that the government should put them to play with the trees and they're not doing that, why should we give them more power to the people that are not doing their job?
Right. When you remove the profit structure, you also remove the corrupt individuals who are there for that profit structure.
All right, that's perfect. Landed it right on the button. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, Emmett. That is your time to open, sir. Go ahead and start it whenever you're ready.
Thanks so much. Well, the reality of the thing is that when I was thinking about what kind of argumentation I was going to make, once we're going to go for, I immediately realized that the first thing that we're going to talk is about corruption. And oddly enough, whenever we talk about the government has a specific role. The role of the government is to be the force, the enforcer, okay? And to do the enforcement, they were going to have to use all kind of the most amazing and advanced capacity they have in order to use force. In this case, planes, guns, anything they want. That's all they have. That in and of itself is going to be a little bit of corruption in there, because the government is not there to create anything. They're not there to do anything. They can't. All they have is a cudgel, and they're going to hit you on the head with it, okay? That's their capacity. So I could go to the whole thing of, well, the government cannot create, they cannot innovate. If you go to Venezuela or China or anybody, all they do is rip off, or in the case of Venezuela, died of hunger, one of the two. So I don't want to be a communist country. I don't want to be a part of the communists that all they do is pretty much die of hunger. What I want is to be able to create the most amazing thing. And the only way to do it is by allowing the individuals to create companies so that they can do it. They can innovate, they can do all these kind of things. But that's not even the problem. The problem is that every time we see a government create a structure, this structure is going to tend towards corruption. So Casey is saying, you know what? Let's give all of these companies to the government that tends towards corruption to fix the corruption that we have in the government. It's a complete non sequitur. It makes absolutely no sense. I don't understand how is it possible that we, after 2,000 years at least, we have seen these kind of horrible implications of letting the government overreach because they become corrupt. We're still trying to get the government to overreach and become way more corrupt. And we see it every single time. Democrats and Republicans do it. They create the structures in which we're going to see a bunch we're going to see bureaucracy appear, and every single time in those kind of bureaucracies, we're going to see nepotism, we're going to see people that are not supposed to be there, ranking millions of dollars. And you know what is the worst part? When they're part of the government, they cannot even go bankrupt. We are stuck with them. We have to save them every time. We have to give them more and more money because they're part of the government. What are they going to do? Stop taxing us? So I'm going to end up in this. I think it's a completely non sequitur, giving more power to the same people not doing the duty because of corruption. To avoid corruption is completely nonsensical. It's P and not P at the same time. Thank you.
All right. 3 minutes now is on the clock for you. What a great face to come back to. Casey, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to go ahead and cross-examine. I'll start the clock when you do.
Why can't the government create stuff?
Well, let me put it this way. When you go and see the structure of the economic system, the way that the government exists is only through force, and all they do is enforcement. So they become corrupt. That's why they cannot create.
As NASA, is that enforcement? Is NASA enforcement?
Yes, they do it through enforcement. The reason why is because they do it through your taxpayer money. What happens if you don't pay your taxes?
How is going to the moon enforcement?
They do it through the capacity. They do it to you paying your taxes. So if you don't pay your taxes, they're gonna come to you, enforce it, and put you in jail or take away the money.
Right, but you didn't say that they. You said they only do this and they never create things. So I'm pointing to an instance where they created things, and I'm asking, why isn't that them creating things?
Because they're not creating. What NASA does and what NASA has done is they pretty much take all of the. They outsource all of the minds to the universities, and the best of the minds in the universities go back to NASA. It's a synergistic system, and still, NASA is a corrupt institution. This is what I'm saying. We have already these kind of institutions that have been corrupted and are corrupt, and even though we can find in some cases they can kind of work, because we still need to have the private sector. They all work in the private sector in the sense that they work in the universities.
If you're an engineer and you work for a government or you work for a corporation, why isn't you just doing your own? Why is your engineering different? How is your engineering different?
Well, if you're an engineer and you're working, let me explain. If you're an engineer and you're working for one of the companies outside, and you fail and it goes bankrupt, it's your fault. So you have a responsibility to be the best that you can. If you fail in a government institution, and I guess the taxpayers can pick it up.
No, an engineer.
Yeah, exactly. If you fail as an engineer, let's say that you destroy 10 rockets and that would have destroyed NASA. In reality, it doesn't destroy NASA because it's part of the government. So they can, taxpayer, can you speak it up?
Yeah, and what happens with very large companies in the U.S. Go bankrupt? Like banks.
It would depend on the. It would depend, right?
What
I would say that is
Boeing?
Corruption.
What do you think would happen if Boeing was going to go bankrupt?
Yeah, I would say that is corruption. I would say that is corruption.
What do you think would happen? You think
they would be bailed out, and I would say that is corruption.
Correct. So it's not really capitalism, is it?
I never said that this is capitalism.
Well, that would be if it's not the government making stuff, and then the opposite is the benefit would be some sort of market system or whatever. But I'm saying it's not the market system anyway, is it?
That would be corruption, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely.
So this is the thing that you're telling me right now. Hey, the government is corrupt. I want to give you more power, and I'm saying why? Why do you want to give you more power? It's already corrupt.
What specifically was corrupt about NASA? Not today NASA, but going to the moon NASA.
So why?
Once again, the problem that we see is that it tends towards corruption. So every single time you have these kind of institutions that will go corrupt, and you agree to that. It's like right now NASA is corrupt. So, so that's
I'm debating against. I'm debating against our current system. To a system we.
I know you're debating against our current system by giving more power to our current system.
No. We revert the process where NASA wasn't corrupt, where NASA was inventing all the things they created the batteries and all of our power tools. They created a lot of the electronics that we use even today.
Again,
what's not true.
It's not true that they created all the power tools and all the batteries and all the things.
No.
That's not true. It's not
the
true.
type of batteries that we use in power tools, that they designed those to go to the moon.
Okay, let me pretend that is the case. Is my computer designed by NASA right now? Are we using the same kind of technology that gave us to the moon?
No, I never said your computer was. But there's probably components in it. There's probably components in it, actually.
Then it's not only NASA, right?
Actually, the camera in your phone uses a CMOS image sensor. That is something NASA created.
You think that the camera on my phone was created by NASA?
I don't think. I know.
Okay. Let's say that I agree with you. All of it. I agree with everything you're saying. They were amazing and created all of these. Tell me, how is it possible that right now Boeing is working with NASA and they pretty much fucked up a mission?
Wait. Well, first of all,
do you want to give more power to Boeing
NASA,
right now?
Today's NASA is different because today's NASA hires private companies like SpaceX to do shit and Boeing to
And
do
you
shit.
know what?
That's what I'm arguing against.
You said to me. Yeah, you know what is the coolest part of what you said to me? That you agree with me that it tends towards corruption. So why you want to give it more power? Can you answer that question? If
no, I'm getting rid of the corruption.
Why do you want to give more power to the government?
Right, there's a corrupt government and there's far less corrupt government or corruptible government. I want to
one
change
less corrupt
to
government.
I'm saying no. I didn't say corrupt or not corrupt. I said more and less. And I said a system like a system like NASA is much less corruptible than the current system that we have for NASA, which involves hiring other companies to do the work, overpaying them, by the way, grossly.
Perfect. You're the affirmative in this case, so you should be able to show me a state right now that is less corrupt by using the kind of prescriptions that you're saying.
Yes, I'm saying today's NASA versus the NASA that actually did all of the work themselves and didn't outsource. I'm arguing don't outsource. I'm saying that these companies should be publicly owned. That's what I'm arguing for. We need to go back to that NASA, which was less corrupt and less corruptible.
I granted that in the past NASA was perfect, but it tends towards, corruption because now it's corrupt. So if that is the case, you should be able to show me right now a government that is not corrupt, that is doing the kind of policies that you say you want.
Why can't we look at the historic system?
No, I'm going to the
one
history.
We had
the
here,
history was NASA. NASA was not corrupt, but it tends towards. My argument is that it goes towards corruption. It's corrupt now. So if that is the case, right now you must have a country that you know of that is implementing these kind of communist policies that is not corrupt. Can you tell me one? Show me.
I never said that it wasn't corrupt. I never said zero corrupt. I didn't say NASA was zero corrupt. I didn't say the U.S. government was ever zero corrupt. I said less corrupt. Yeah, a lot of countries and systems are less corrupt than the U.S.
Can you tell me about one that is less corrupt in accordance to you? Like, show me how is it less corrupt?
Just as a country as a whole.
Of course, we're talking about the whole. We're talking about the country as a whole. Norway.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Norway is Norway a communist country?
I'm not arguing for communism.
Oh, I'm sorry, but if you want the government to have all the power when it comes to the structures, because that allows them to be less corrupt, wouldn't that be communism?
Is having firefighters paid by taxpayers, is that communism?
No, because they're a specific industry. And I would say that
the defense contractors.
I would say that if we had them as contractors, they would be less efficient. They would be way more efficient. Sorry.
That is one of the all-time failures in history. The richest man who possibly ever lived is highly debatable. Is ancient Rome, and he owned the firefighters, and they would show up, and buildings would be on fire, and they would literally start haggling. That was we learned from our fucked history.
Yeah. Do you know what is the name of that guy?
You gotta remind me if you want.
Yeah, his name is Crassus. Okay, and Crassus became the most rich man in the whole of Rome. So I don't think it was much of a failure for him. But anyway, let's move.
Not a failure for him.
Tell me
a failure
of
for
the Norway
society.
space Can you tell me about the Norway space program that is less corrupt than NASA?
Oh, I never said that. I don't know whose space program is less corrupt.
Well, you said that it was
not
the full country, so I thought you were gonna go into.
I said I can name two
equations.
countries.
We're gonna make them a little bit equalizers, right? So they must. If you're talking about Norway, and Norway is capable of having their space program is less corrupt, so you should be able to show me their space program, right, and what they do.
I don't even know they have a space program. I never stated that it did.
So you have shown me absolutely no reason to believe you that there's going to be less corrupt.
The country with a space program that's less corrupt than ours is ours 50 years ago.
That tend towards corruption because.
So let's go back to that system. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Battling corruption
I cannot turn back
is an ongoing process. You're never going to stop ever corruption. All of it. You have to pick and choose like what is less corruptible than other things.
Do you have a way to turn back time so that we come back to the 50s?
Yeah, I do.
Because I would
Yeah, we
love
just
to
answered-
be able to do that, but
as
I
far
don't
as
think it's
yeah, as
possible
far
to
as the
turn back time.
structure, as far as the structure of our our military industrial complex, yeah, I do. We just
Yeah, you
design
do?
the system so it works more like it used to.
How did it used to work?
It less contractors, more like nationalized industry.
Do you have any
doing
documents
work.
that show how many contractors they use, how they use them? Do you have any information about that?
Yeah, NASA.
Okay. Do you know who is the first billionaire in American history?
Nope. Tell me.
It's a the aviator guy. I don't remember his name right now. It's from a movie. One of his first things that he did. Well, it's not for a movie. He's actually a real person. He was a germaphobe. One of the things that he did was create planes for the American government. Was he a contractor in the past? It was about 50 years ago.
You tell me.
Now you tell me. I don't know. It's your claim is that in the past we didn't have contractors and that was better for us. But I mean, I just showed you there was actual contractors in the past working with the American government. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the way that it used to work, and we're going into this time machine back in time, or
No. Well, I gave NASA an example of like something we should aim towards. I believe that like the plane industry is probably likely always been private, probably.
I agree with your belief because I have every time just to say I have a belief, I agree that you have that belief. But do you have any way to show me that in the past it was less corrupt?
My example for a system that today sucks because it's corrupt and uses contracts.
Yeah, but no data, no information directly, just your idea of what was in the past because you believe in it.
What kind of data would you like? What is the measure of corruption?
Oh, my measure of corruption is the more that we have government intervention, the more corrupt it's going to get. You have to show me that the more intervention from the government is not going to make it more corrupt. So if you have any data on that, I would love to see it.
Any data on what exactly? We're going to restate that.
On government intervention making things less corrupt.
Well, if there's no profit structure, then there's less incentive. And here we're just using logic. Then there's less incentive, and then the less possibility for the extraction of wealth.
Who told you there's no profit structure? In fact, the people working in there are getting profited by it, right? If you are a government official, would you be profiting by the fact that you're getting paid to be a government official?
Right. We're talking about on the level of owning a business, of the profit of a company. That's what we're talking about. Of getting the profit of having things.
I don't know how many business Bernie Sanders
more
owns,
than
but I think he has profited a bunch.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump on in there. I let it roll a little bit over, just to see where you guys were going with that, but we're gonna go ahead and get into the Q&A section. So hopefully each of the judges has at least one question for each of y'all. Definitely enjoying the content here, and I'm pretty sure that they will. So judges, boink. Oh, that did something weird. Fuck me. Whatever. So judges, let's fix that a little quicker. Sorry about that. Yeah. Do you guys have? I made you go first last time, Tyler. So I'm gonna look at you, Chief. Do you have a question ready for Casey?
Name.
Give me a sec.
All right. Should I go to Tyler first then?
If he's got it ready already. Otherwise,
Tyler,
I'll
are you ready to cook? All right. Tyler, you're up first. Question for Casey, if you would, please.
All right, Casey. I, again, kind of want to make this lenient on you because I feel like I want a more even debate and you need the helping hand at the moment here, so I don't take that as offensive, but you argue that government structure is not inherently corrupt. What is corrupt is the incentive system that you argue your steps would remove.
No. The first thing you said, I never said that. I've always said we're looking at.
Okay, well,
We're
I'm
looking at
asking you a
more
question.
corrupt versus less corrupt.
Let me get the question out.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, you're arguing here that it's not government inherently that's causing this corruption. So his argument that more government doesn't mean more corruption, your rebuttal is, no, we're removing the incentive structure, so more government wouldn't necessarily mean more corruption because those people would filter themselves out. Emmett's response to this, which I feel is unaddressed right now, is that no, we're not removing the incentive structure. We're taking it from the private markets to the taxpayer, where now they're not going to be able to go bankrupt. Now they're not going to get fired. They're going to be able to fail up in government, as we often see, and spend taxpayer money on things that go nowhere and could potentially be corrupt. So, with that argument out there, I just wanted to give you a chance to directly respond to it.
Well,
laid out
why would a system that the government is paying for, that there is no one that owns that business, that or whatever, because it's not the business, why would it produce bad things, and why would it try to skimp on, for example, antennas, or why would it fuck up the poop pipes in an aircraft carrier trying to save money? Like it wouldn't. The thing that you said was wrong. Yeah, was that that because it would be part of the government, then therefore it would have these same problems. But it actually solves a lot of problems. If you don't have like an actual like free market, if it's not something like 4 companies are making like B-52s or B-2s or whatever, then you don't have any of the benefits of a market system. You only have a de facto monopoly, and in this case, the people who own that monopoly are going in and out of the positions who pay the price for the monopoly's goods. Everything is inherently, in this case, there's no way that the things they're purchasing are actually what they're worth, what they're paying for. We're overpaying for everything.
Right, good stuff. And now over to you, Let's Chief. You have a question for Casey ready?
Yeah. So you mentioned like revolving door hires being a problem, where people went from government to private sector to government. How would that problem be addressed by eliminating the step of private sector and then just staying like in that same government circle?
Right. The problem is with when they get out of the Pentagon and they're hired as executive of Raytheon, like the money that they're getting is literally tens of millions of dollars, and they're not getting it because they're just that good. They're getting it because they just left the Pentagon and they just left the position where they were giving that company the business or the contracts that where that money came from. It's a system that simply like how can a system go on as it is? Like,
all right,
and that just simply doesn't exist when you remove the external company that can pay someone $10 million for giving them a contract. You remove the main issue of our current system.
All right, good stuff. All right, now going back to you, Mr. Tyler. Question for Emmett this time, please.
I'm still trying to frame it. If he has one ready, let him go.
Yep. No worries. Chief, you go first this time.
Cool. Emmett, could proper oversight and accountability solve for the problems of having these contracts and projects done under like the umbrella of the government itself?
I said that that's the idea, right? That's the point of having a Congress, and that's the point of having oversight committees, is that to get to that point. I don't think that we are going to have a perfect government, and there's no way that we are going to get to the point in which there's not going to be any kind of corruption. But it will be, even through the problems that we have right now with the current system, it's still less corrupt than if we just give him, the bank robber, the whole bank. in this case, we just have to accept the fact that we don't live in a perfect society or system, and we need to be asking to have more accountability.
Good stuff. And now it's over to you, Tyler. Are you ready for a question now, sir?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So, in the same vein of the last question I asked, I kind of want to get your response to it as well. When you were arguing that the incentive system, even if you remove the private market bidding incentive system and shift it over to a nationalized industry, you spend all this taxpayer money, you said, on buying it, which I'm guessing you were suggesting they're going to buy it. What are some examples of how that incentive structure now is coming out of the pocket of the taxpayer? How can you better refine that argument? Because I feel like that's your strongest point and you need to hammer it home.
So I would say that every single time whenever we have companies and whenever we have this kind of social constructions, social creatures in a sense that we have, they are trying to fight for survival in a sense. When you take away the idea of the survival of the company, it becomes a free for all. At the end of the day, what they want is the government officials, what they want is to have the people they want get into those positions, fill them up, and they don't, they're gonna get rich. They're still gonna get the incentives of having these people working for them and doing what they want. But the company itself is like sick now, so they're gonna have the problem of not having the incentive structure of trying to survive, of trying to create the things that people actually want so that they can do as they need. In this case, weapons.
Never actually started the clock because I was distracted doing something else, but good stuff. It's still fucking doing it. I don't know how to make it so that my shit stops making noises. That's really annoying. Whatever. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock now. So it's going to go to you, Casey. Your opportunity to go ahead and close for us. I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
My opponent has this brain rot where it's like government bad, government can't do anything, corporations do it better, business does it better. Even what he just said a moment ago, was leaning on the idea of a company surviving and needing that incentive to survive. And I entirely agree with that. That's why I'm a capitalist. I'm not the communist. I'm not debating for communism. But the whole argument is that survival structure doesn't exist. Even he admitted that our government wouldn't let Boeing fail. He admitted that, and then 5 minutes later is talking about the surviving instinct being important for an efficient company or some shit like that. Engineers work good, and they don't care if they're working for Jeff Bezos. They don't care if they're working for Sam Altman, who raped his sister. Engineers don't care. They just do work. And the actual most important point, which I haven't even mentioned, is the incentive structure for these companies to push our military, our country into war, into making more bombs, into making more military things. And when you spend $1 trillion every year on hammers, well, everything starts to look like a nail. And that's exactly what we've seen. The companies that benefit from us going to war are pushing us into war. It's been nonstop. My entire life we've been at war, in war, my entire life. This wouldn't fucking exist if it weren't for the companies that are benefiting to such an extent as they are today. If we're talking about a system where there is no competition, where the company that makes one type of plane or one type of tank is going to continue to do that, there isn't that there isn't that gain you get from being being a open market type situation. Moreover, the rank corruption that we just see you could see someone going into the Pentagon, signing a contract for a company, and then leaving the Pentagon and going to work for that company for tens of millions of fucking dollars. Whatever you think the corruption is in government that exists, whatever, like this is the absolute worst version of it. That right there. Done.
All right. Good stuff. Landed it on the button. Unfortunately, I had it on the wrong screen, but that's all right. We're still working on getting better. 3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Emmett. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready, buddy. I'm all ears.
Yeah, of course. I was not going to go to personal attacks, but since I have brain rot, this commie fuckle who the wants is to get your taxpayer money and do as much damage to your country as they can. Okay? The idea of, oh, I'm not a communist. Fuck off, commie fuck, okay? We're not gonna give you our industry. We're not gonna do any of that. The point of it is that all your moral indignation means absolutely fucking nothing at all. Nothing. You're like, oh, Alman raped his sister. Who the fuck cares? You would vote, if it was possible right now, for Bill Clinton, who got a fellatio in the Oval Office and flight all the way to Epstein Island like thousands of times.
What are you doing?
Okay, so at the end of the day, when it comes to doing this kind of moral indignation about, oh, whoa, the government is better. The government is the same kind of people that are in power, and what they want and what they have as their main incentive. Okay, the main incentive is to be as rich as possible and to be as powerful as possible, just as the people in the company. The difference is they do it through force. The companies do it through providing a service. That is the big difference. Companies want to be able to provide the best possible service and the best possible product that they can, so they can get as much money as they can. The government doesn't. What the government does is use as much force as possible in order to gain the power and to force people into either paying them, for example, taxes, or in order to destroy the market so that you can only have one option, and it's the government option. At the end of the day, we don't want your stuff, communist. Okay, you want to go to communist countries? There's a lot in the market. Go to Venezuela. They love you there. They're gonna be super happy to have you there in Venezuela. And that would be it for me. Thank you so much, Horseradish.
Absolutely. All right. So, yeah, that was it. So great performance from both of y'all. I'm actually, unfortunately, was dealing with a sound issue there, so I kind of missed what happened there. That provoked the ad hom response. But I'm sure I will watch it whenever I'll find out whenever I hit the VOD. But with that said, judges will be the ones who decide how that reaction and response all interacted and affected their personal positionings. So, judges, I'm going to hope that you guys are ready. I'm going to go ahead and once again drop the link in the chat. If one of you guys could, or actually, I guess, yeah, if you could take that link. Yes, sir.
If it's possible, would you put it in the side chat so I can link it?
Yes, that's what I was just about to say. So Let's Chief, I can't because of the fucking delicate nature of the setup. But if Let's Chief would drop it into the side chat of the Discord, thank you for Let's Chief, or for Emmett as well as for Lutch. So okay. That is going to be the link. Go ahead and click it and vote it. And it takes nothing, and it does really, really matter. And it really, really helps. Especially because I have this strange suspicion this one might be a split decision by the judges. So it's probably going to come down, but I could be wrong. We'll see. Judges, are you guys ready to render your judgment?
Judge it.
Let's Chief. I'm going to have you go first because Tyler is still on the fence. What say you, sir?
What a matchup. I thought that was good. Casey, I feel like started off a little bit weak, but on the close, like ended up like bringing it all together. Like especially with the imagery of the like absolute worst version of the corruption. just pointing out, like, just ensuring these contracts, getting paid millions from these companies, going back and kind of like it just being like a incestuous circle where people are just making like tons of money for like doing like a really terrible thing, is a good point. But again, like started off like not super strong. I feel like Emmett, the first half of like the open kind of like dialogue was like really strong for you, and then I feel like you kind of started to slowly revert into some like online political debate like tropes that honestly, weren't that necessary. I feel like you were strong in your argumentation, so when you did things like starting to be like, let's pretend like that's the case, just kind of dipping your toes in the bad faith there. You don't rely on those like cheap tropes and like pointing to like communism too much. To the end, I like get it at the end, but like when it happened in kind of like the open dialogue, it felt just like unnecessary. And you don't need those kind of tropes to be a strong debater. And they, like, in all honesty, kind of like make you sound like every other kind of right-wing debater, when I think you might be like more skilled, and those kind of like tropes make you just kind of blend in with their kind of like bullshit. It's like kind of just like simple and easy to like fall into that kind of line of argumentation. But saying like your arguments that the government being corrupt already, having to like feed more money into that, and then like initially Casey responded back with like, oh, they'll just be like different people. That looked like really bad, and I feel like that set the argument off like really poorly. At the end, obviously things got out of hand, which isn't typically what we do here, but it was kind of like on both sides. So overall, I felt that Emmett just made a little bit stronger argumentation overall, and that's why I scored this debate 4-6.
4-6 for Emmett from Let's Chief. Good stuff. I actually agree with a lot of that, and we're going to get back into some of it. There's some stuff I would push back against, but I definitely enjoyed that feedback. Are you now prepared, Mr. Tyler?
Yeah.
All right, good stuff. Go ahead. The mic's yours. Where did you land? Chat,
right.
please.
So
Okay, I'm going to fix that right now. Sorry, people.
I was just saying that thing about cross-examination, and then Emmett comes in and probably did the best cross I've seen in like several debates, man. He just beat him up, and I don't think the arguments ever recovered from that. He laid down his main argument of if government's corrupt, how is more government going to solve government corruption? And the answer to that initially was we're removing the pay incentive, and he said, well, the incentive will just shift to taxpayer. And Casey, I tried to give you that. I tried to tee you up, set up the context, and give you that and say, this is the argument you need to hit. And you didn't give me a sufficient answer and then never went back to it. I really feel like that was what you needed to refute to make it was a core pillar of your argument that you didn't hold up on. And Emmett stumbled a couple times. He really fucked up when he asked you for a country, and then 2 questions later he massively shifted his goalpost to like ask you like about the nationalized space program of that country. It looked really bad on his part. He goofed there, and you didn't pounce on it at all. Evan, again, that's one goof. A couple other times you could have been using more examples. That's why I specifically asked you, give me some real world examples. You're saying taxpayers are now on the hook. It's not going to be the private industry corruption. We're going to get a different kind of corruption. Tell me how that plays out. And there's probably some better examples I would have used, but you gave me a sufficient amount to back up your argument. So I really just wanted to help you guys both out there a little bit. So I gave it to Emmett 7-3. Or 3-7, I'm
3-7.
sorry. Yes,
Yeah. No, it's all right. It's all right. I know what you meant.
That's
I know
so
what you meant.
confusing.
Left and right. It shouldn't be that hard. I mean, are you one of these guys? All right. So in that case, it looks like once again, it's going to come down to the audience vote is actually just for show. kind of like America. But
For sure.
let's go ahead and give it a couple of seconds to let y'all lock it in, because apparently I had fucked up and I was prohibiting the VPN users from voting on this one. I know I fixed it on the other ones, so I apologize. That was my bad. As you guys can all tell, there's a lot of new changes, a lot of new shit, a lot of things we're figuring out for the first time tonight. So we're gonna stumble, but we'll never fall. So, all right, 5, 4, 3, 2, locked it in. Show me them results. Ooh, this one's much closer. This one was also going to be a 6-4 for Emmett. So that is a second shutout victory, or excuse me, 4-6 is what I mean to say. So it looks like Casey, while we did appreciate your performance, it looks like the audience and the judges seem to think that Emmett took the win here. So. Great job from both of you guys, and the fact is, I mean, I always enjoy your content, Casey, communist or not, or socialist for the record. But Emmett, this is my first time. I know. I was just fucking with you. But Emmett, for what it's worth, enjoyed the hell out of your. This was your first showing, man, and yeah, like exactly like both the judges said, I was super impressed. So thank you very, very much for coming in, man. Please hang out and again stick around as late as you can. But as always, like you said, you're new, so anytime you need to go, you go ahead and go. So
I do gotta go, but I cannot stay, but what I can do is I can stay with my avatar and everything here so that you don't have to move everything. Would you like me to do that?
Cheers, that would be beautiful. I'm tempted to have you try and leave just to see if it nukes the whole fucking thing, but I don't want to have to go through it again. So we'll nuke it some other time. So yes, if you would do that, sir, you are an absolute.
Emmett, where can we find you again?
And
you can find
Emmett,
me
go
at
ahead and drop any links.
You can find me on YouTube at Count Emmett. I just got monetized yesterday. So that's
congratulations.
That is pretty rad. I do art more than anything. I do pixel art, another kind of art stuff. Let me go ahead and I've been working on Warhammer 40k with my Sisters of Battle, which are the snow bunnies, and they're gonna be doing cool rad stuff. And I do karaoke on Saturdays. So I thought it was tomorrow, or else I probably wouldn't have been available. But it was fun. Thank you for having me on. And I will just stay in the call. I will not be able to hear you. I will stay muted, but just so you don't have to move everything.
Yep, I appreciate it. Hopefully, I can get you back on again in the future, sir.
Thanks so much, thank you for inviting me, Tyler, and good to see everybody. Thank you for the debate,
later.
Casey.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our third and final debate. We're way late because of all the technical difficulties and the glitches and shit, but we're here, we're doing it. So again, I appreciate all y'all fucking hanging out and being patient with us. So our third and final debate, our headliner, so to speak, of the night, is going to be: legal personhood should begin at conception. This is going to be between, on the left, on the AF, Lutch, the Indian Jesus, and up here above me on the right, representing the negative side of this prompt, is going to be Circa, our returning almost champion. Sorry, Circa. It sucked, but he came in at the end and he knocked you off your pedestal. So, but this time, this one is going to be yours. So, that said, Lutch, you guys both know how this works. Do you guys have any questions before we begin? Or are you ready to just jump into it? You guys have been super patient. I appreciate it.
Ready to go.
All right, cheers. Well, then in that case, Lutch, 3 minutes is on the clock, sir. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Bring the thunder.
All right. Well, thank you, Horseradish, for hosting, and Circa for taking this debate. I'm looking forward to getting into this without appealing to God or religion. We're here to discuss one question. When does human life gain the right to not be killed? I propose that legally, personhood should begin at conception because that is the moment a new, distinct human life begins. Unique DNA equals unique human being. From that point forward, what exists is not a potential human. It is a human with potential. Bill Burr may be a filthy live, but even he can acknowledge in his comedy bit that cake batter in the oven wouldn't be called a potential cake, but a cake in process. From that moment of conception, a fetus has its own DNA, its own developmental trajectory, and, if not interfered with, generally will go through every stage of life that you and I have already passed through. So at what point during this continuous process is it okay to choose to end a human life? Circa may try to move this debate into gray areas, viability, consciousness, dependency, etc., but those are all changing and subjective standards. Viability shifts with technology, consciousness is difficult to define and even harder to measure, and dependency exists in many forms throughout life, specifically directly after birth, which I'm sure we would agree it's not okay to kill at that point. None of these provide a clear, consistent, or principled line for when a human life magically gains value. Conception does. It is the only point that is biologically grounded, logically consistent, and not arbitrarily dependent on external factors. If we're going to draw a line at all, and the law must draw a line, then it should be at a point where a human life actually scientifically begins, not somewhere later based on shifting definitions or the convenience of 304s. Once we admit that some human lives do not yet count, we are no longer debating the beginning of life. We are deciding which lives count and which don't. Circle will likely argue about difficult cases, edge scenarios, and legal complications. I don't deny that recognizing personhood at conception would require us to think carefully about how we handle those situations. But difficulty is not an argument against doing what is right. We already build complex legal frameworks to protect human life in countless contexts. The fact that something is complicated does not mean that it's optional. The question isn't whether this creates challenges. The question is whether we are willing to recognize a human life for what it is and extend to it the most basic protection we give to any person, the right not to be intentionally killed. That is what is at stake in this debate, and my position is the only one that life maxes, as Clavicula would say, and minimizes the needless death of babies.
Good fucking opener, bro.
All right. So you landed it right on the button there. Circa, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine. Use this time as you see fit, sir. Welcome in. Glad you could make it. And I hope you're ready. We'll start the clock when you are ready.
Of course. Well, first off, does every cell have its own DNA, unique DNA? Indian Jesus?
Sorry, you were a little quiet. Does every what?
Does every cell have its own unique DNA?
No. The cells in a singular body is going to have the similar DNA structure. That's why we're using DNA, not being a cell. You know, a lot of people will talk about like, oh, I could clip off a toenail and that's still my DNA. But that's moving far outside of the framework of assigning personhood to a fetus.
So you're just factually wrong. No, every cell has its own unique DNA. That's a fact.
Is it though?
Yeah, it is. And then second, things like being biologically human are not the same as being enough for full personhood, right? Like that doesn't really just mean anything about what the debate is about, correct?
Sure.
So just because it's biologically human doesn't mean that we automatically just assume something like personhood.
Why? No, not correct.
Because those two things are different things. It's actually pretty unclear when to give personhood from. Personhood is essentially something a government does, like the described rights we have in government are then prescribed onto something. And to me, I think it is extremely unclear to give personhood to just a fertilized egg. But
so I just want to be, maybe I'm ignorant AF, but you're telling me that there's a different DNA sequence in cells in my right hand than the cells in my left hand.
They're similar, man, but each cell has its own unique DNA.
So then, let me rephrase unique DNA to be the unique DNA, profile.
Mm-hmm.
Unique DNA profile equals unique human being, correct?
I mean, there's not much more to say right now than just probably like we can.
Well, is that correct or is that incorrect?
No, it's just this is not really relevant. Okay, I'm sorry. It's in my cross-section right now, but you just need to read a biology book.
Okay.
Now, the other thing I want to talk about, okay? I mean, how much longer? 36 seconds? I think one of the other things you said was something about... No, pretty sure that just covers it. The rest of it was kind of like nonsense to me. So we can move forward.
All right, cheers.
Sorry.
Well, then in that case,
All of it was fucking
3 minutes.
nonsense.
3 minutes is on the clock for you now, Circa. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Okay. I'm going to say that, of course, something biologically human exists at conception. In my opinion, the negative does not need to deny that myself. The real question is whether conception starts the rights of makes the start of the rights-bearing person in the moral, legal, and philosophical sense. Those are not the same thing, and treating them as the same thing is a whole mistake. Biology can tell us when a new organism begins. It cannot by itself settle when full personhood begins. When moral standing becomes equivalent to you or me, when the law must treat a fertilized egg as a citizen, the move requires argument and not just assertion. Something like DNA is not enough, in my eyes. Metabolism is not enough. Human origin is not enough. If it were every human tissue sample would carry the same status. And clearly it does not. So the burden here is heavier than it first appears, in my eyes. There must be a reason conception and conception alone is the bright moral line. Why not implantation? Why not sentience? Why not consciousness? You brought up consciousness, but both of those two things you said to yourself are very unclear. Applying personhood to a developing fetus is in and of itself extremely unclear as well. I found it kind of weird that we brought up consciousness and didn't really see the link there. At least not like topically, but just the link between their unclearness. Why not viability? Once those questions are on the table, the certainty around conception starts to wobble quite a bit. And that matters because this is not a careless debate. It is a serious one. If full moral status, legal protection, and public power are being assigned at the very first instant of development, that requires more than a slogan. It requires a reason that survives scrutiny. And that matters because this is... Oh, sorry. So the negative position is not that life is worthless before birth. Not at all. It is that personhood is a developing status, not a switch flipped at fertilization. Moral weight can grow, and human value can be real. But conception is not magic, and saying it is, I just don't think says or does it so. So that'd be mine.
All right. I take it that sounded like you landed it. So 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you, Lutch. Go ahead and cross-examine as you see fit, sir.
Okay, so then you're saying a conception is a bad place to draw the line. So then where would we draw the line?
I think the moment of birth is the most clear point at which we could actually prescribe governmental personhood, or personhood, which is the prescription of rights from a government onto a human being.
So 9 months in the womb, totally good to kill them because they're not a person. Is that your position?
I don't think it's murder. You just said kill.
I said kill. I didn't say murder. I said, can you kill them?
I don't think it's killing.
Do you not think they're alive? Our fetus is not alive?
Semantically, I guess you're correct. Killing, yes.
Is there another? What? Okay. Yeah. So if it is alive, is it okay?
I'm agreeing with you there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So then the question stands: is it okay? 9 months pregnant, sitting on the table, saying push, and be like, actually, you know what? Nah, just end it. That's okay.
No, that doesn't happen though.
Why not?
Because
I didn't ask if it happens. I asked if it was okay. Why is it not okay?
So you said 9 months in. Okay, how many? I'm sure you've heard this before, but what is the percentage of third trimester?
Why is that relevant to my question? I'm giving you a hypothetical
you made up
where there's nine. There's a. I'll tell you again. There's a baby, or there's a mother that is 9 months
you can
pregnant.
Tell me again, but what you just said is made up. It doesn't happen then.
Yeah, that's what a hypothetical is, sweetie. So again, the hypothetical is there's a woman, and she is pregnant, 9 months. Baby's about to come out. According to your framework, it is okay to kill that fetus, not murder. I understand you don't think it's murder, but it's okay to end the life of that fetus at 9 months because of the fact that you say it's not a person.
I actually probably think it's.
I'm just establishing. I'm trying to understand. That's yes,
answer?
That's what you believe, or no, that's not.
Are you going to let me answer?
Sound like you were about to ramble. So yes or no question.
No, I just said I actually don't think it's okay. I just don't think it's possible to legislate on it.
Okay, why is it not okay?
Which is what this topic is about.
Sure.
It's
Why is
about
it not okay?
legislating this.
Right. Why is it not okay?
Because the risks far outweigh what you're talking about right now.
The risk to who?
The risks to the women, the risk to, I mean.
Okay, so
A
you were
lot
talking
like-
about
here, let me give you another
viability.
example.
You're talking.
Let me give
Well,
you another example,
if I
okay?
could just take my cross-examination while we're. So you talked about viability before, and as I mentioned in my opening, the viability changes based on technology. So if we had the technology that was completely safe for a woman to have an abortion at 9 months, that would be okay with you?
I'm sorry. We're
Completely
mammals.
safe for the woman.
We are mammals, dude. If we could shit eggs like fucking
That does not
chickens,
answer my
it would be
question.
Different. Yes, it does.
How would you? How would you feel if you didn't eat anything yesterday?
No, we are mammals. We have complicated pregnancies. No amount of technology is going to change that, my friend.
That's not the question. The technology can
That's
change.
the problem here.
Okay, I
is
can
that
explain
we
it to
have-
you. I can explain
we
it to
have
you.
development that happens here. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Like here, you can have a condition where, like the fetus, for instance, the doctors know that it's not producing a hormone or something to make a liver.
How do they know that? Do they use technology? Do they always have that technology? Is it possible that new technology will come up where it is exactly what I'm saying, the hypothetical that I'm bringing, whether there's no
How
risk
is
to
that
the
going
mother?
to change the fact that the liver will not grow inside the fetus?
Why do we need the liver to grow in the fetus if we're killing it?
Oh my God. If you do you want to outlaw abortion? Is that your
Generally,
argument?
yes.
Okay, so if in your world right now, the fetus that I just described has to be all the way to term with no liver, and then the mother has to watch it die in her arms once she gives birth to it.
Okay.
Are you aware of this?
Yes. Well, I don't know. Is there a question?
Is that fucking cool to you, or I'm confused? Like,
No.
what do you mean? Okay,
So,
how do we
do you
stop
not
that?
understand the difference? Do you not understand the difference between legal and emotionally or morally acceptable?
I do.
Okay, so then you're doing a bait and switch there because you asked me how I feel about it when we're talking about the law.
Exactly. Well, remember, I said I actually.
So
don't
you're
agree
projecting
with-
that I think it's
Let me
totally
answer.
cool.
Let me
the
answer. I
situation
said I
that you
don't-
just gave, when
Let
that's
me
not
answer.
the case.
Let me answer. I said I don't agree with someone just getting an abortion in that weird, just push it out, fucking 9 months.
Okay, agreed.
in.
So
But I don't think we could legislate it because I'm not a moron.
Okay,
Because what
elaborate.
happens is we end up with what I just described to you a second ago, where someone has to carry a fucking baby to term with
And that's
no liver,
worse than
knowing that
millions
it will
of babies
die.
dying a year. I will stand 10 toes down that if whatever number of women that happens to every year, that is less than the babies that are killed every year.
Do you think less maternal death and fetus death happens when you outlaw abortion or more?
Depends on how the law works, but I mean,
I feel like you've never looked at these stats then, because if you're,
you're asking a very broad question. There are many ways. I'm
It's not
answering.
broad.
Can
We've
I
studied
answer the
this
question?
completely.
Can I answer the question? You're asking a very broad question, and it depends on the specifics of the law that to answer the question. I don't know based on is it okay? That's too broad for me to answer. Can you if
Didn't
you want to
just make a
specify
broad
the
statement? Didn't you just make a broad statement about how I want less babies to be killed or something?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just telling you that when we outlaw
Yes.
abortion, we end up with more dead fetuses, essentially more dead babies in your eyes.
Oh, okay. So when we end up with a law that doesn't align with reality, we should just get rid of that law because reasons.
Making a law about life beginning at conception is reality.
Yep.
Personhood.
Yep.
How?
Because unique DNA, the unique DNA
I
profile,
already-
the unique
I already
DNA
told you.
profile.
I already told you that unique DNA is in every cell, so the potential
Right, but
it's pretty dumb.
Okay, fine. So you can, if you want to play semantics, then you very clearly
It's
know
not
that that you could take a fingerprint or a footprint or a hair from my body and it would match with me versus a hair, fingerprint, or something from you, and that would match you, right? So maybe I'm too stupid to know what that is called, but that.
I just don't think you understand that now. The potentiality.
Maybe I don't,
argument
but where am I wrong?
About the potentiality argument, making conception now this like realistic, law that you can do, is a problem. Is it not?
I mean,
it doesn't
would
match
be difficult.
reality.
I mean, why not? I think it would be extremely. I do think it would be difficult, as I said in my opening. But that just because it's difficult. I mean, this is essentially, I mean, this is the same kind of argument that we've heard.
What do you mean? What do you mean difficult?
I'm giving you. I'm admitting that if we extend personhood to conception, then that will create other conflicts in the legal system. I'm saying that doesn't mean it's okay to kill babies.
Okay, you think it's like murder, though, I'm assuming. Why do you keep saying kill?
Yes. Because you don't accept it as murder. I'm playing on your field.
No, you can say it's murder.
I'm not
and I can
invoking
just
murder
accept it.
because I know that you don't think that. So we can agree that it's being killed. That's why I specifically asked you before. Do you
No,
believe that it is
you
alive
think
and that it
is
can be
literally
killed?
murder, though, right? You think it's a murder.
That's
like
irrelevant to the point.
It is not irrelevant.
Okay, why is it relevant? Why is it relevant that I think it's
We're
murder
talking
versus
about
kill?
Personhood here, right?
Uh-huh.
So when life begins at conception, okay?
Mhm.
For instance, are you aware of Texas's maternal death statistics at all? Like the average
Nope.
rate of a pregnant
Nope.
woman's death per capita per 100,000
No,
in Texas?
I do not. I'm not familiar.
Okay, so after they put in their trigger law effect for abortion, right? They just stopped giving the data to the free paid for service to actually like measure this, right? And it went up like, I think in the first year before they just stopped giving the data, it went up like fucking 30 to 50%. Okay?
Okay.
So
Is there
you
a
want
question or you're
less
just telling
murder
me
to
about
happen. You want less killing
No.
to happen, correct?
No, because they're very clearly, we can have, as I said, it depends on how the law works. So maybe that law and the way that Texas does it doesn't help and leads to more babies. That doesn't mean that extending
It doesn't help
personhood.
because it's unclear.
It doesn't
how to
mean that
operate
inherently.
on them.
It doesn't mean that inherently by extending personhood to conception that problem must exist. We can change other laws to make
yes,
sure
it
that the
does.
problem you're appealing
Yes, it
to
does.
doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. We
So
are
it's
mammals. We have
impossible.
complicated pregnancies.
So-
We have
okay, so I just
complicated
want to make
pregnancies.
sure. So we're going to edge cases. So what if
No,
if
no.
I just even give you those edge cases and we say
These are not edge cases, dude. These are not edge cases.
okay,
This is
I
not
thought, you
like
were,
a
I thought you were going
distribution
somewhere.
chart. This is not a distribution chart where you can be like, oh look, like an island out there. in
No,
the
I
middle of
thought
nowhere
my
that we-
apologies. I thought you were going down the grape and incest route. My bad.
No, I'm talking about just how women have complicated pregnancies. We have
Mhm.
we did not evolve like a nice way to give children, unfortunately. It's very complicated. It can be very brutal. And if you essentially give personhood all the way to conception, we have far worse outcomes for everyone involved.
In
Completely.
the middle of it. I'm
Okay,
doing
outcomes like
something
what?
right now.
Which outcomes are worse?
Dude.
Maternal death, as well as rates of
What about the
infertility.
baby's death?
So like,
Is a bit. What about the number of babies though?
again, I don't think it's murder, right?
I didn't ask you about murder. You keep trying to put that word in my mouth. I have never spoken the word murder on this stream. You and I agree that a fetus is alive.
Okay.
We are talking about ending the
I
life
don't
of
think it
that
gets
living thing.
personhood though. So killing in this
Okay,
case,
but we didn't get
killing-
there yet. I'm not asking you about
in this
person.
case, killing
I'm
the
asking you.
fetus does not mean murder. to
Okay,
me,
so
right?
because
I
it's
don't-
not a
I don't
person,
think
then it's
just
okay to kill it.
killing like that. I don't think it's just killing like you're saying it.
What do you mean just killing? What's the difference between killing and just killing?
When
Is it
two people
is
who
it
have
ending the life
personhood-
or is it not ending the life?
when two people who have personhood kill each other, okay, there
Uh-huh.
is a personhood prescribed to them, right?
I would say that
As
would
in,
be
like, the
before that,
government,
but
they
sure,
have
yes.
rights. At least
Yes.
if we're talking in the U.S., I guess if you go to some random island,
Sure.
it won't work this way. But I don't think it's possible to put that onto a fetus because of the outcomes we have. And
Such
because
as?
of the fact that I just told
Such
you,
as what?
maternal death.
Okay, and so then I asked you
infertility
how
rates
that
in women.
compares to the fetal death. If we have 100 women who die every single year from complications because they can't get an abortion, and we have 1 million babies that die every year because they're aborted, I unfortunately, this is not a perfect world. People die. There are complications. I'm sorry, the lady's got to die. If the lady's got to die to save millions and millions of babies, it's not an easy thing. This is why I got frustrated when you said, "Oh, you think that's okay?" No, I don't think it's okay. I just think it's a fact of reality that when you compare the two situations, where there's some maternal death versus there is a fetal death in every single instance, and then there still could be issues like if you don't get all the parts out and you can get infected and so on and so forth. So then some of the maternal death there also falls into women who get abortions. So I'm not. I understand
Didn't you
the
say
emotional
earlier-
thing that
didn't
you are.
One second,
I
didn't you just
understand
say
the
earlier
emotion.
that Oh my God, can I talk for a second? Didn't you just say earlier that being biologically human, you agree with me, does not mean that it is enough for legal personhood? Correct?
I don't think I said that. What was the question? What?
Do you think just simply being biologically human, okay, as in like the fact that it's now a fertilized egg, is enough for personhood?
Yes, that's the debate, is it not?
So why don't we just make unfertilized eggs have personhood?
Because they don't have the unique DNA. They haven't started the process.
Yes, they're also
all
biologically human. So what route are you using right now to tell me that just a fertilized egg is somehow more human or something?
Again, whatever you want. I don't know the correct word, but whatever is different between if you took my. Can I answer the question? Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call it, dude. I'm saying whatever you want to call the difference between taking a piece of my hair and being able to match it to my DNA profile or whatever the fuck you want to call it, versus taking a hair from you and being able to match that to you at a murder scene or whatever that is, that. I don't care what you call it. Fine, it's not unique DNA. I was wrong in saying it's unique DNA. The principle of what I am appealing to still exists. Do you think that do you agree at least that there is a uniqueness to each individual human being?
Every cell is unique.
Okay, so how does that stop my point that if my hair is found at a murder scene, they can tie that to me and know that it's not for you?
Whether or not it's unique, and
yeah, why do I need to finish the question,
every cell is unique, then how the hell do you make this conclusion?
So I just want to be clear. The science of doing DNA testing in law enforcement, that is completely irrelevant.
It's really smart to bring
Can I? Nope, I don't get to finish that question. I don't get to finish an answer. I don't get to finish the question. Oh my God! I thought this was a 1v1. So the question is, do you acknowledge that there is some scientific aspect that if there is one of our hairs found at a murder scene, that they would be able to tie it back to whatever you call your identity, your body, your soul, whatever it is? Do you disagree that that is how science works?
Should we give it personhood?
So again, the question was, do you disagree that that's how science works? If your hair is found, no, you didn't understand it, so I'll say it again. If I take a hair, if my hair is found at a murder scene, they can use that hair to determine that it was not Circa, it was Lutch, and vice versa. If your hair is found, they can use that hair to say it was Circa, not Lutch. Is that correct science or is that incorrect science?
It's correct science. Now let's give it
Okay, so then whatever the difference there is, that you, whatever you want to call it, fine. If it's not unique DNA, then fine. It's not unique DNA. I don't give a shit about the semantics. Whatever that is, whatever process that allows a single hair to be tied to me and only me, exists within this child at the moment of conception.
Okay, so the property for you to ground.
So that's why that. So do you have a better line? Is it where should we start then?
Because right now it sounds to me like a person's hair could qualify, I guess, in your world for personhood. I don't.
Nope. See, this is what I said before about the nope. The hair doesn't have the whole profile, right? That's a human. That's a whole
unique or something.
You keep trying to. I'm conceding that. I'm conceding that the unique DNA is not the correct term. You're now being in bad faith, purposely trying to straw man me. Then I'm saying, no, we do have unique DNA. That's not what I said. I'm giving you that. Fine, I don't know the scientific term on what makes it what makes the police able to find me from a single hair and know that it's not you, and vice versa. I don't know what that term is.
We're not even talking about that. We're literally not even.
I'm talking about that. You seem to not want to talk about what I'm talking about because I think it directly exemplifies what I'm trying to say to you.
No. I'm trying to understand how you are grounding, okay, the property of personhood in your worldview right now.
And what did I say? What did I say when you asked me before? What did I say when you asked me before?
Let me just. Is this not correct? Okay, just tell me if it's not. You said DNA is unique, therefore, when the fertilized egg happens, it's a unique DNA, right? Unique human DNA, I guess.
Profile.
We can put personhood on it. That's
DNA.
So did I already concede that and show that doesn't matter to my argument?
Okay, so what are you using to ground it with then?
Again, whatever you want to call the process that if one of my hairs is found at a murder scene, they can tie it back to me and not you, versus if they find your hair at a murder scene, they can tie it back to you and not me or anybody else. I don't know what that's called. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a law enforcement. I'm not a forensic.
I'm asking
So,
you what
I don't know what it's called. That is what I'm appealing to. Are you going to say that because I don't know what it's called that it doesn't exist?
Profile.
I don't care. That's not what I asked you. I asked you what is the property.
You asked me what I'm grounding it in, and I grounded it in exactly what I just told you. I just don't know the name for it. Fine, unique DNA is not appropriate. What is wrong about the actual thing that I'm talking about? What is incorrect scientifically about the notion that if you find my hair versus finding your hair, that they could tie it to you and nobody else? What part of that is wrong? That it's not unique DNA, I know that, but
I
the
don't
process.
know how that grounds personhood.
Then I don't know what else to do for you, baby. I don't know what else to do. The fact that you are a unique human being, in and of itself, as a whole human being, that is the grounding.
Uniqueness.
At conception, that is when that becomes a reality. So whatever you want to call that.
Being unique is your grounding property right here.
Yeah, sure.
Except every cell is unique, and now we can give this piece of hair personhood.
So, no, because the hair applies to a profile that I'm talking about, a full, I don't know if it's gametes or a fucking
a ribosome of a cell will profile.
What do they fucking call it? What do they call the profile? Like it's like it starts with a G. Fucking. I don't know what I mean. I think you're really being bad faith because clearly, if you know more about this than I do, you absolutely know what the fuck I'm trying to say. And you know, I don't know.
I kind of do.
So whatever makes DNA evidence work, whatever makes DNA evidence work is what I'm grounding it.
Ground personhood. It's
why not? Why not?
All right. I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. I gave you all an extra 5 minutes because I was enjoying the back and forth. But we're going to go ahead and move on to the judges' questions. And I have a strange suspicion the judges' questions are probably going to be able to bridge this gap a little bit. I'm really counting on that fact, actually. So, judges, I know y'all have been listening. I know y'all are all the way into this. Who's going to go first for me? Tyler, you doing it again? Chief, do you still need a second? Yep, Tyler looks like he's ready. So, Tyler, your first question, please, if you would, for Lutch.
Yes, I'm so fucking annoyed by this. Could you please, Lutch, explain, just uninterrupted, what you mean when you're saying a unique DNA profile individual to a human being?
So again, the idea, whatever the principle is that allows us to use DNA analysis in the court of law. Maybe I'm retarded. I thought that we all had unique DNA and every cell has the sign. But whatever the process is that allows for one of my hairs to be tied back to my identity is it's unique in that manner. And because it is not just the uniqueness, it's the fact that the entire profile is unique.
All right, good stuff. And now I'm hoping you're ready as well, Mr. Let's Chief. Let's Chief, do you have a question for Lutch?
Yeah, let me read my own handwriting real quick.
All right, go ahead and hit him when you're ready.
So I think between like 1/3 and 1/2 of all fertilized eggs fail to implant. Would you suggest that there should be a crime committed essentially each time that one of those egg fails to implant? And why or why not?
Because that's a natural process. So nobody is doing anything. It's like nobody's actively making that happen. That's just a part of the natural process.
Enough. All right, now we're going to go ahead and go over to Circa. Tyler, got a question ready for him.
I'm still working on it if he's got one ready.
Yeah, Let's Chief, you ready for a Circa question then?
Yeah, could you explain if there's a difference between biological personhood and legal personhood and why?
Why is there a difference between biological and legal personhood? I mean, I don't know what biological personhood is. That's just biologically human. Legal personhood is when we prescribe the described rights of a government, at least, onto a human being. So it's a legal like a legal prescription that we described in our government. It's not just being human. Obviously, I think that they're just. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And are you now ready, Mr. Tyler?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I gotta go a little outside of the debate, and I hate doing that. I hate bringing things in to make my own arguments. It's just a lot of this was a definitional debate trying to figure out what he was saying. So, Circa, would you already say that we somewhat already legally prescribe personhood onto a fetus? Like if a drunk driver kills a pregnant woman, will get charged with murder. So that personhood legally is already in place. Would you be arguing against that existing?
No. I would not be, no.
That's all I got, yeah.
Yeah, no.
All right. Yeah, thank you. I fucked that up, Ancom. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're still figuring it out, kids. All right. So now then, we are to the point where each of the debaters is going to give us their 3-minute close. Thank you guys for that. We're going to head over to you first, Lutch. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, my friend. This is your time to shine. Put a button on it. Let us hear it.
Sorry, doing closing?
Yes, sir. 3-minute closing is all yours.
Yeah, so I think I definitely need to look up this this thing about each single cell having such a unique profile that it can't be considered. Maybe it's right, but that doesn't change the fact that we very clearly can use DNA to identify an individual. And so, whoopsie, I don't have the correct word for whatever that is, but Circa absolutely understands that there is a uniqueness to each person, and the connective tissue to whatever it is, all the cells in my body that are different than the cells in Circa's body. He understands that's what I'm appealing to. And for some reason, he wants to, take a semantic win because I don't know the right words. Okay, cool, but I don't think that changes anything about the fact that despite, we didn't really get into it, but despite the differences that we would need to make to the law and the carve-outs that we would need to do, which would be extensive. That's kind of where I thought this argument was going to go. That despite that, that doesn't, as I said in my opening, being complicated is not an excuse to do something that is not right or not do what is right. And I think what is right is to accept that the unique profile or whatever Circo wants to use, whatever word that is, that allows the process of DNA analysis to work. That is what is the basis for why I think a fetus should be granted personhood. We already have things like, if you run over a pregnant woman with your car, then you get charged with murder twice. So there's ways that we have to bring that in, and there's other ways that might be, again, more difficult. But being difficult does not mean that we should just, it's too hard not to kill the babies. We'd have to have a conversation and change the laws and stuff, so let's just kill the babies. I think the idea that, it may be true that we see more maternal deaths when abortion is illegal, but that's a very unique factor, and there's many factors that go into the health and safety of the mother and the baby. And so focusing on that part, again, seems kind of bad faith, if I'm going to be honest. I apologize. I like you, brother, but I don't think you've been in good faith here, so I'll throw it back to you.
All right, cheers. 3 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you, Circa. It's your turn to close. How do you respond?
I think I'm just going to say that the weight of the round is not whether human development or just simply like biology in general begins at conception. Obviously, human biology does begin at conception. Non-life cannot create life, right? Not like excluding abiogenesis, I guess. But the real question is whether a biological beginning is enough for personhood to by itself establish that in a full and moral and legal sense. That is the claim I think I asked to accept, or at least we were asked to accept. And that claim requires more than just recognition, more than caution, more than just like an emotional force. It requires a reason. And I guess the one we heard today in the grounding was uniqueness. That reason never arrives simply by pointing to conception as a starting point, in my opinion. A beginning matters, but a beginning is not the same as a completed moral status in this case. Human DNA is not enough. Mere membership in a species is not enough. Potential is not identity. A seed matters, it is alive, real, and I think it is worthy of care. But we do not confuse the seed with the tree here. We do not take the first moment of process and pretend the whole process is already complete as it relates to legal personhood. And that is why the debate matters. Once conception is treated as the decisive moral line, the law is no longer making a modest judgment, it is making a total one. It is saying that the earliest cellular stage carries the same standing as a conscious, developed person or newborn baby. That is an enormous claim to me. If that line is going to govern rights, duties, and public power, it must be defended with precision, not lack of clarity. What you have instead is a description of biological origin doing work I think it cannot do on its own. I think biology can tell us where a new organism begins, where a new organism line begins, but it cannot, standing alone, settle when personhood begins. I want to point out that every cell in the human body is unique in its own way to the other cells in your own body, in the same manner in which he just described in his closing. It's not a framework that makes sense. It's being forced, in my opinion. If you try to actually understand how uniqueness doesn't really mean legal personhood. The negative position here remains the careful one, in my opinion, mine. And human life before birth has value. I think it has more significance, but the value is not the same thing again, one more time, as full personhood. And conception is a clear philosophical line, is not a clear philosophical line that is often made out to be.
All right, and time. Very cool. So, thank you both very, very much. We're going to go ahead and go over to the judges to see. I'm going to be real. I have no idea how this one's going to go. I have been right on, well, kind of half right on my guesses previous to this one. I have no idea how the fuck this one's going to land. So, I hope that the judges are more ready than I am. I'm also going to go ahead and get that into chat. So I did already make sure that the VPN users were able to vote. If somebody would grab that and put it into the Discord room chat for me, somebody who's in the room, so that way people on other platforms can share it as they see fit. And remember, judging is free. Voting is free is what I meant to say. Sorry. Judges, are you fellas ready? Yeah, Tyler, you know what? You've been going first every time.
He's enthusiastic.
Yeah, he is, and you've been picking up the slack for Let's Chief. So, go ahead and lay it on us. Where did you land on this?
A lot of time was not well spent in this debate. Like it just I clearly was laying out something that I easily picked up what he was laying out, and still, even all the way to the closing, it seemed like Circa did not comprehend. There was like just 15 minutes wasted on that. Like, Circa made some pretty damn good arguments in the opening. He talked about the philosophical justification for personhood. I was waiting for that argument. I didn't think Andy and Jesus would have anything for it. That argument never showed up. I never got any meat to those bones. So we did get a utilitarian argument out of Circa saying that the risk wouldn't be worth the reward. Indian Jesus came back and countered that utilitarian argument by saying, what if there's 1 million abortions versus 100 women dying? I'm sorry, but those 100 women going to die. A utilitarian equation would essentially say this is the best way to do harm reduction is save 1 million lives. And Circa responded with, but I never said it was murder, and then they got into a squabble over murder, and then they got into a squabble over killing, and the utilitarian argument, we never got back to it. So in my mind, the last person that landed a good point on that was Lutch, so I have to give it to him, because we just never heard any more on that. And then again, in Circa's closing, he was stating conclusions, and the conclusions were good, I just never heard any of that during the debate. Your opening gave me promise that I was looking forward to. I think you even had the winning argument in there if you could have proven it. We just didn't get it. And so I think Lutch was able to stand his affirmation unchallenged because he really just got the final word on almost all the other arguments, except for the one you guys never got to the end to because we never got the definition down.
So final score?
7-3.
7-3 for the affirmative. All right, let's Chief. It's on you now, buddy. Where'd you land?
So I'm just gonna echo a lot of Tyler's sentiments. For me, I feel like Circa's closing moved me maybe a little bit more than it moved Tyler. Again, I agree with Tyler that he made a lot of great arguments in his closing that we didn't really get during the debate, and they could have been more, well supported during the debate. And it felt like, Lutch gave here's A, B, C, and D for why I believe what I believe based on these qualities, and in response, we got things like read a biology book or you're dumb or whatever, and that's not really in the spirit of what we do, and it didn't really make a convincing argument either. But again, like I said, the closing did move me a little bit more than Tyler, as well as having being able to clarify the difference between what makes a thing biologically human versus when you give that thing rights. But I ended up scoring it 6-4 Lutch.
6-4 Lutch. All three debates, the judges have agreed. I don't know that that's ever happened before. That's pretty damn nifty.
We don't agree on a lot either.
No, exactly. That's a big fucking deal. So I'm gonna give y'all just a couple more seconds to lock in your votes, chat. This would be interesting if also all three victories tonight were 3-0 shutouts, because that also has never happened before. But either way, no matter how you guys vote, we already have the winner, and that's going to be Mr. Lutch, Mr. Indian Jesus. Great fucking job, dude. I appreciate you. And yeah, that was a great debate from both of y'all. I actually took a whole bunch of notes on that one. This was the one that I was most looking forward to, and I hope Chad enjoyed it as much as we did. So let's take a quick look. I'm going to count it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's see the results. Fuck me. Chat is tied 50-50. So that's at least something. That's pretty fucking cool. All right. So it doesn't change the winner, but it does change the rankings because we do go by score cumulative. So with that said, thank you both. Thank all of you guys, actually. This was a new thing. We did a whole bunch of new things tonight, and I think a lot of the new things worked. We might have to dial in some of the new things. Wow, Casey Lee went black and white. I didn't see that coming. So just for those of you who do not know, we are going to now go back. We're going to open it up a little bit. Everybody's able to kind of talk. We're going to go through the prompts one at a time in order, but I think, we're probably going to spend only a little bit of time on the second one just because of the fact that we had Emmett's already gone for the day. But fucking huzzah. Great job. Thanks, everybody. Good stuff. And we will be looking for feedback on the changes, updates, etc. Also, for those of you who do not know, in the server, we keep track of the score, we keep track of the rankings, and it does reset every 3 months. We are currently starting the new season. The dude who just got up and walked away, our judge on the right, average debate enjoyer, was last season's champion. This is going to be the last not particularly monetized season. For everybody who, so y'all know, starting in 3 months, starting next season, we're going to be rolling out throughout the course of this season some ways to kind of get a little bit of money in the pockets of the debaters. So there's going to be donations that come in that are going to be split across the winning teams. We're also always trying our best to keep things as fair and balanced as possible. So we're doing our best to try to keep the judges as unbiased. I think it's fucking funny that at least 2 of the debates tonight were won by people who disagreed, or the judges disagreed, but they had to pick the person who debated best. So good on you for my judges. I appreciate the hell out of y'all too. So, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and put 30 minutes on the clock. I'm going to go ahead and have y'all start the conversation on the first prompt, if that's all right. Which one?
Federal employees shouldn't be able to do prediction markets.
Yep. Boom.
Horse Radish is going to go take a piss and get some whiskey.
That's exactly right.
Hell yeah.
Well said, sir. All right, so go ahead and open the conversation. Clock started. We got, like I said, peel it apart. Let's Chief and Tyler, y'all, I guess whenever he gets back, y'all kind of take it away. But this is for everybody. Ask questions, give pushback, whatever. I'll be right back.
I felt like this was the most like I don't see how you could look at. I mean, this was sorry. What are we doing? The military one or the other one?
The other one.
Yeah, the other one.
Okay, sorry. I jumped into it. Good.
Well, I was, because Tyler did. I do appreciate feedback and reading everything. My initial thing, because he's like, I wish he hit harder on the transparency thing, and I feel like maybe I was following the prompts. I was trying to follow the prompt as exact as possible. So, like, there could be a counter where somebody says transparency is like kind of a compromise, but my whole thing was I had to say that it should be banned or it shouldn't be allowed. So I felt like if I said, oh yeah, I support transparency, it felt like a bit of a half measure, and that's really the only reason I didn't go down that road. But that's all I got.
I mean, I was gonna say I don't really have strong opinions on this, like Radish said. I effectively tried to use my real opinion on this as like my approach, which like I said, it's mostly like I think it'd be okay to ban it for like elected officials and appointed ones, but like I genuinely do not see the point in any other federal employees. I think it'd be a significant overreach to do it any farther than that.
Cards on the table. Yeah, I also. I mean, I gotta fight what the prompt is, but yeah, I also would agree. It's like too heavy-handed. I wouldn't support like a full-on ban. My actual opinion. I think I think like ethics committee. I actually agreed with a lot of your solutions. Like I think that would be amazing if we could get some of those things done. So it was kind of funny.
You're literally one of my mods. I expected you to agree with what I was saying. I knew the shit that I was gonna throw out was gonna be hard for you to not just agree with me outright.
Yeah. Dude, I was like, yeah, these are. I think I agreed on some stuff. I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. Let's definitely do that. But then I was like, I have to justify an outright ban, right? So that's why I had to go, like, even the janitors, dude, like, what if they're cleaning up after somebody and they find that document in the trash and they're like, I'm gonna make some money. Yeah, it does seem a bit far-reaching to ban everybody. And sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask about. Then if we made it, because that is relatively broad, any federal employee. But if we, I heard you guys talking about public elected officials. Like, is there a place where we could narrow it down to these specific federal employees should not be allowed to bet?
Yeah, I mean, it's the standard that I use the entire debate, which is elected officials. So anybody in Congress, the president, anybody in like state houses and stuff, governors, blah blah blah, and then appointed officials. So like the director of the FBI, judges. Things
what
like
about
that.
those elected official staffers?
I think I would be okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would probably be okay with that because like it's kind of like the question that you asked me about the sports betting thing because I kept bringing up sports betting. I would probably put those on the same level as like the coaching staff or like the umpires and stuff. So yeah, probably the staffer as well.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe a more broad conversation. I don't know how you guys feel about betting markets more broadly. Like, I managed to squeeze it into my closing. I had tons of resources, and I was like, I didn't want to get bogged down and try to search for things in the moment. But the story that
things
came
like
out,
poly markets would be illegal.
yeah, like more broadly, yeah, like the story that came out today that Polymarket took it down and they apologized. But people betting on if that guy or if the person, the rescue mission in Iran will be successful, it's like there's just some. I understand that it wasn't
Something
moral.
morbid about that.
Yeah, it wasn't a moral argument or conversation we were having, but some of the things I've even seen on Polymarket and other places, like it just seems so deeply immoral to be betting on people's lives in that fashion. So.
I'm better with that one than I am starting a war. Or are we starting a war or not? Or like at least with the getting the guy back, at least no one knows already.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
To be honest,
That's
I
a good
thought
point,
about it's like I do actually support like betting on like federal elections and like these world event stuff in general. Like I don't think poly market like the whole way that it operates should even be legal. So I was like, one of my things that I was considering doing as like my approach is like. Was like why should we be banning federal employees from just betting on sports and then just focusing on that?
Yeah, well, so I had an argument. I did like with my prep. I didn't manage to squeeze it in. Like it felt very shoehorned, so I kind of dropped it. But one of the things I was going to bring up after like the Iran strikes was that there is also the potential for security risks. Like if the market all of a sudden spikes like an hour or two before something big is about to happen, like it could actually tip off things and like have some sort of domino effect that can affect, like again, real world events, but like big events as well, right? So
I was thinking, is there's actually bigger things than betting on poly or whatever, like the actual markets, like making $1 billion bet on the oil futures. Like
that's what I was about to say. There's already laws about insider information. There's already laws about insider information about betting on the stock market. Why would this be any different?
Oh no!
Right.
I was gonna say like whenever when I'm talking about like the like I think betting on like future events for like actual things that affect the world, like world events and stuff. I think like shorting and betting like like that stuff, like betting on the future of stocks in general. I think that should also be illegal.
I think Congress should not be allowed to invest in stocks. Like we're kind of on the same page in that because.
Oh no! I'm talking about like
disagree with that.
No.
Yeah.
I'm going even farther than that. I don't think that like the whole shorting stocks and stuff like that in general, like that whole prediction market as well. That whole prediction
betting
market,
on the failure instead of the success.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, betting on that whole prediction market should be illegal, as well as the whole prediction market of betting on future events like poly market.
Oh, I see.
Does.
Okay.
Both of those should be illegal. I basically think like when we talk about prediction markets, the only legal prediction markets should be on sports.
Okay.
So even that, right? It is. We know that sports people, and you brought one of y'all brought it up in the debate that we already have like rules against people involved in the game betting against themselves, right? Like Ronda Rousey can't go and bet that she's going to lose this next fight because we know she'll just throw the fucking fight. Similarly, we already know with these poly market bets, people are literally betting on what color the first dildo to hit the court floor of the WNBA game is going to be.
They're not classified as bets. They're classified as futures.
Right, sure, yeah, exactly. But once again, insider
so
information.
that changes the entire argument, right?
Right. If the person who makes that bet brings his purple dildo, he is able to directly impact. And I believe this was a thing that just happened where a bet was, the guy who streaked
it
was a big fist, actually, a rubber fist.
And he's done it 2 years in a row, apparently.
There's an Arizona case happening right now that might make it to Supreme Court that hopefully, I highly doubt it will, because Trump's SEC is signaling that he's going to let them keep their futures licensing or whatever. But ultimately, futures markets are extremely important to the U.S. economy because of, let's say, like the old example of like a farmer who wants to make sure he doesn't go bankrupt, so he like buys a futures contract for
gambles against his own success. Sure.
Yeah. So
it's like
these
insurance.
companies
Which,
like Kashi was the first one. They got their futures contract a while ago, and then started abusing it. I think there was cases against them, and Trump, as soon as he came into office again, just dismissed all of it.
Sure. So once again,
I think-
well, yeah. So
You can make
all
a
of those,
rule.
all of those situations betting against yourselves, that's not what I'm talking about, or the benefits of being able to gamble against yourself or buy insurance, et cetera, because that's basically what it is. What I'm talking about though is if we all know that a person betting for the purple dildo is just going to bring a purple dildo to the game and do it himself, why would we not think that the exact same thing is going to happen when it comes to the government? That the person who gets to decide which city gets bombed first in Iran, that Pete Hegseth isn't going to be on the sly being like, no, my name is Pete Negseth. Like,
you're 100% correct. It's really bad. We needed to do something about this a long time ago.
This is in my links. I'll repost it in the side chat. But this was also a story from 2 days ago that the Trump admin is suing 3 states because 3 states have tried to, I guess, ban or regulate prediction markets based on their own. And based on their own gambling
they're doing
laws.
The same thing that they did with the AI, though.
And then and then that brings up another question. Exactly, the Fed is stepping in, right? So then there's other issues that arise, and if the Fed's not doing shit about it, like it just seems like there's even more like smoke where there is most likely fire.
I mean,
right?
the problem is we can't just like get rid of futures contracts, right? That would be really catastrophic to our economy. So
how much does it contribute, if you don't mind me asking?
It's for
you can make a
specifically.
You can make a rule about like you have to be using like if you want to buy oil futures, like you have to show that you're either using oil or you're like something that you have to be in the business in some
controlling who is allowed to bet on futures.
Rule. Like it's not. It's for a lot of companies. It's not bets. They're hedging.
They allow companies to like if they have a bad harvest or something, still exist. It's like.
There are other ways to solve that problem, though. Better ways to solve that problem. Just because that's the way that we're currently solving the problem doesn't mean it's the best way to solve the problem.
I'm actually not.
Yeah, like government
I'm not actually informed enough to have an
like
answer.
abortion.
I honestly don't know. I bet there is, but at the moment, commodities markets are fundamentally tied to it. I bet there is.
I mean, I'm fine with like an airline company.
Better subsidies,
like dabbling in futures of the fuel that they need. It's hedging their own need or whatever. Like obviously you could see the benefit of a company that uses a lot of that like that commodity to have some of money wrapped up in the future. But that's entirely different from like an investment bank like doing it.
Yeah, like for an example, like when we look at why this is bad, like we can I brought it up during the debate. We can look at the GameStop situation and how we're trying to short GameStop in order to fucking drive GameStop out of business. Like this shit's fucked up and should not be happening.
Well, what was even? I mean, if we're gonna rant about the GameStop situation, how about we talk about the fact that they stopped allowing people to?
That's what I was gonna say.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I'm telling you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no. Was it the Robinhood app or whatever? They they intervened
in
the quote unquote free market where they shouldn't have, and then they just stopped trades because they're like, well, we're allowed to manipulate.
They allowed users to sell but not buy.
Not buy
specifically the stock.
The whole reason why
it was totally fucked up.
The whole reason why they did that is because the people that were buying GameStop stocks almost drove several investment companies into bankruptcy. That's why
right.
they did that.
Good.
Yeah, exactly.
But they don't get to fuck with the market. They run the market on Robinhood. You don't get to shut down your market. You don't get not even shut down. I mean, shut down is one thing. You don't get to fuck with the market in such a way that no one can no longer buy a stock. They can only sell it. Like what are people gonna do? They log on and they can't. No one could buy the stock anymore. It's not going up anymore. Like this is a different level.
The rapid fluctuation in the market made it so that the collateral was too high and they didn't have enough to basically cover it, and so Robinhood.
That's entirely bullshit. They never had to prove it. They're going to give an excuse because they were involved in a company that was going to lose a lot. That a company was going to lose their shit
it wasn't.
Because of their
the
bet.
Thing is, it wasn't just Robinhood that stopped it. Every single fucking stock trading app stopped it by the end of the whole situation.
Yeah, it's because of the subreddit, I think, and they even went after them legally. the GameStop subreddit or whatever. I thought there was that was
yeah.
as insider trading. I'm pretty sure some of the people who like led that subreddit actually got charged. I don't know if they were. I could be wrong here.
That's bullshit, dude.
There were, for what it's worth, there were a few
they
things.
were coordinating quite big purchases.
This is a riff that I have gone down many a time. There were like 3 things that happened in short succession that were universally, regardless of like bipartisan fucking hatred of, and this was one of them, the GameStop thing. Everybody I talked to on the left or on the right were like, yeah, no, you don't get to fucking do that. You just showed us that it's all a fucking sham.
Yeah, exactly.
You just showed, and I thought that was going to be a chance for us to all unify, but no, we still fucking yell at each other across the street. So,
yeah, it's because unification is not possible.
So, like,
you don't think so?
Futures are important for stability, right? Like Casey brought up airlines, and what they do is they hedge fuel costs, right? So, like, when we talk about futures markets, like, the betting companies are using something like a commodities future market, essentially, like an exchange traded agreement. So I think Horst asked me earlier what would be a better alternative, but I don't really know how we could like manage or like turn the raw price uncertainty of like, you know, the total cost of gasoline, for instance, or like because of the stupid war, or
can I
route that happens in a state, and then we have this unmanageable risk. So that's what commodities.
Can I ask
do.
a question? So like, well, I guess where my curiosity is that because you say I'm not using your exact phrasing, but like inseparable or like necessary in the commodities market. Like, what did they do before? Because prediction markets are still relatively new. So like, is it just that the position that they've put themselves in now has made them indispensable?
Commodity futures. Prediction markets, like the ones that we were talking about, are different than the commodity ones, right?
And for what it's worth, I just want to clarify.
Prediction markets, what do you mean?
He's talking about polymarket and the ability to. So they're not new; they're just new, being on the scale that they are. We used to call it proposition betting. Like dudes in a casino were betting on this shit already. They just didn't have it on the internet and accessible to every fucking mouth breather who has a cell phone. Right.
Say, like, so futures contracts are very old. Like we're talking like.
Okay. All right. Then horse clarified. So yeah, I appreciate that.
If you buy timber futures or whatever, you're betting on it or whatever or not. Like if you just hold on to it, at some point someone's gonna like call you about what to do with the lumber or some shit. Like a lot of people do use it for betting, but it's also like you are actually buying the thing. You're just buying it in the future. Like that the lumber does exist. It's that they need to deliver it.
What does
I see what you're
commodity
saying.
market do? In one sentence, what does it do, Casey?
The commodities markets?
Yeah, like what is the
particularly with
what
futures?
It does? Why do we have them?
Outside of allows people to Well, I mean, it is mostly risk management. It allows people to know what how much of the what they're paying for things in the
future.
Offset,
prices, right? It
offset
protects
risk
them.
Yeah,
offset risk. It protects them from volatile price changes. So like oil right now is a good example. A lot of airlines right now look really smart because they hedged their oil, you know, because now the Iran war has made oil fucking super expensive, right? That's a volatility that's really hard for feel like farmers or producers to handle, and it can be unmanageable. So futures markets have this stability mechanism in them in our entire economy. So they're definitely, I think the origin of it, at least contemporarily, is also like 1870. I want to say, or like 18. I don't know. It's like a London Metal Exchange or something like that.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. The point is they help.
And then you have the derivatives markets, and then you have the futures derivatives markets, and then you get into debauchery pretty quickly.
Save some of that for next Thursday, Casey.
Is able to do all these bets you're seeing are essentially the same classification as what we just talked about, which is fucking insane to me. I have no idea how that's a thing.
So let me ask a similar question to this, but let's flip it around. Does anybody think that it would be okay for, I don't know, let's say the assistant to the head coach of the 49ers to be allowed to bet on the outcomes of the games? Do we think that should be allowed? Do we think that's ethical?
I don't believe that's
No.
ethical. No.
Yeah, as long as you're working in the company, then
Yeah, if you're directly involved.
Yeah. But like their sister, I mean, I don't
can't
think
really
that's
stop
necessary.
that.
Right. I don't necessarily think that's ideal, but how are you gonna?
What if you were only allowed to, and I think somebody kind of touched on this, you were only allowed to bet to the success of. So, for instance, if you work, because the same thing could be, and this is the logic, this is the tie back, exactly, PD Rose. If you work in a company and you're getting stocks or you're buying stock in your company, it's because you want your company to succeed. You're going to put in your best effort to make the company do better. But if you work at a company and you are intentionally betting against the success of your business, we're going to assume you're going to fucking sabotage it, right? So what if there was a way that we were able to make it so that you were only allowed to bet, and this would be getting rid of the betting against what's it called, shorting, but also like for poly market betting and such, if you were involved, you're only allowed to bet in favor of. But no, because then it's like what time of the day and what color of the dildo.
There's always going to be losers, even if you're betting. For
What popped into my head.
Oh, before we go,
go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on, Tyler. Let Tyler.
Let me get, because your question, I do think like if the Browns are out of the postseason and the Browns players and coach want to bet on who wins the Super Bowl, why should they not be able to?
Yeah, they should be. They just can't vote on their game.
Yeah, just their own games. Where they have a chance.
Jesus, you think that it's corrupt, even just them working in the fucking game?
Not inherently, but I think it's just too clean of a line that if you're in the NFL, if you work for the NFL, you cannot bet on the NFL.
Yeah, there might be industry people who like could still influence things that might have information behind the scenes. Like I could kind of see
indirect knowledge because you're the assistant coach of the Browns, but the assistant
you
coach
have
of the 49ers,
you have an agent,
buddies,
right?
You have an agent.
Says,
someone on the
so
team
just broke an
has
ankle. Yeah,
something like that. Yeah.
Things that are
so kind of
makes sense.
So kind of bringing it back to the federal employee thing. Shout out to David. Got a question here. What is the positive for allowing government employees to gamble on things they possibly could have insider info about? Steel man the positives.
I have a hypothetical for Tyler's scenario.
We'll get there, Circa. Hang on. I want to answer. I want us to engage with because this is coming from Chad. I take it, Lutch.
Yeah. So steel man the positives of allowing government employees to be able to gamble on things they possibly could have insider info about.
This was actually said by Vigilante, and I'm sure that most people on the right are gonna spurge out about the communist or whatever, but giving you the ability to rise above your station. So if you are smart enough to exploit information and to use it to your advantage, you would be able to potentially make enough money to be able to be one of those wealthy elites who become a shot caller
by cheating.
But the positive is what he's asking.
Is it cheating?
Hold on. Question.
It's only cheating, I think, if you are manipulating it intentionally to that end. But if you just happen to know before anybody else knows, or you're able to, because I could be watching the fucking, it's no different than Lutch watching the NFL so closely that he knows who the best players are. And more importantly, he watches the news so closely that he saw before.
Yeah,
saw before anybody else that person got his.
But I'm not getting any information.
Society.
Yeah, I'm not getting any other information. I'm just paying attention to the information that's been presented in a much closer way.
And
so I think that's markedly different than getting insider information, getting information that the other people betting, investing, whatever don't have. I think those are slightly different.
Yeah.
So then federal employees should be banned from using insider information in a prediction market.
That's already illegal.
If you can
hold on, what the question he was asking was, what is the positive of just allowing them to bet in the first place without any
being able to use their information to succeed and excel?
Yeah. What is the positive for that? Well, that's beneficial for them, but why is it beneficial for society? And society as a whole benefits off of this because they haven't done anything wrong. You have to, if you're going to accuse them of corruption, you have to prove that. We have a process for that. We get to face your accuser, present your defensive argument and such. You can't just inherently suggest corruption is happening and thus bar people from things that everybody else is allowed to do. That's just not how America works.
Except, are we talking about the NFL still? Because the NFL has an asymmetry of information. They absolutely every team knows things that the market and public do not know. And
which is exactly why, if you work for the NFL, you should not be able to bet on the NFL. I think that's the cleanest line.
And if you work in the government, you should not be able to bet against the government.
They're hiding information from each other, though. It's not like just because one team knows it, every team knows it. Like, they keep their injury roster close to chest.
It's the asymmetry between the public and what the NFL knows.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
They know things like locker room conflicts. They know things like, injuries.
Across teams, though. Generally, that's kept.
I assume even across teams.
I assume not. They don't let
their staff.
Are you kidding me? That's why Bill Parcells had to use a video camera to film people. Because they weren't getting.
But that shows it. They literally know it. You literally just explained what we're talking about.
Wait, no, he didn't.
Well,
how does it? What was he recording?
Because
he already knew.
Camera also mean that he knows things.
Practices.
He because he gathered his information, he had access to that practice with a video camera that I don't. So he was able to accrue information that I don't have access to.
Yeah, they're literally not allowed to do that, though. It's literally.
You mean not supposed to do that, right?
But no, they're not. Coaches can get suspended for an entire season for doing that.
A person on the street wouldn't never even be able to get into that position. I think.
Yeah, so that's the imbalance of power. That's the imbalance of access.
So how would that work in terms of like a casino? Casino employees can't gamble in the casinos owned by the company that they work for. You go to a different one. Again, like if you're in the NFL, then you could bet on baseball or basketball. I don't see why is that not a good line to draw. You work for the industry, you can't bet on the industry.
Oh, I think it's a great draw. Actually, I think it's perfect.
I think it's
for what it's worth. I'll take it to the next step, Lutch. That most casinos, it's not just that you can't gamble in a casino you work at. Your family members can't. A lot of casinos, like your spouse, cannot gamble in the place you work at. So, again,
but the casinos, like, especially with the betting, they rely on people making their bets with the idea that this isn't rigged, that they're making their bet because they know something. They're smarter than other people.
Unless they're
making their bet because they know that the people with insider information aren't supposed to be betting. So there's more betting. I mean, you could argue that more betting is bad, actually, but. It's important for the betting industry. That's
closing thought. While we just have a couple minutes left on this, we agree with you, Lutch. That does make the most sense. Now, can you give us some sort of a situation where we would be able to enforce that? Like, are the casinos going to background check you to find out what industry you work in before they allow you to bet? Or are we just going to do this on the honor system and fact check you after the fact if you win a crazy harebrained bet? That is to you directly, Lutch.
Oh, I apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not realize. I don't think we.
No. Again, let me start it over. We all kind of agree with what you suggested, that a person who works in an industry should not be able to bet Polymarket in the industry they work at. How do we enforce that? What is a reasonable method of enforcement? Does the casino or Polymarket have to find out where you work before they'll let you bet? Like, are they categorizing what kind of topics you're allowed to bet on?
Should not be crypto.
I think that
should not be crypto.
That should be. If we're specifically talking about the casinos, I think that it should be the casino rule that you can't bet. I would be off the top of my head, so maybe not perfect, but I think if the government had a law on the casinos that they would be fined or whatever if their employees are doing stuff they're not supposed to do, I think the individual casino could enforce that in whatever way they see fit, because they would know who the employee is, they would know the family. So yeah, I would say
the casino knows who works at that casino, but the casino can't prevent Circa, who works for the federal government, from betting on a federal government thing because they don't know that Circa works for the federal government. So I ask again, Polymarket doesn't know where Circa works. The casino doesn't know where Circa works. How are either of them going to be able to prevent Circa from betting on a market or securing futures in a market, if you prefer Circa, securing futures in a market or making predictions in a market that he works in? How did they know that? Or do we just go based on the honor system?
Futures is fundamentally very different, though. That's the thing. It is very
Okay.
different.
Didn't you start out by saying it's whatever?
It's
no,
okay.
I think
we're talking about gambling because that's really what Polymarket is. It's a form
I think
of
that is.
gambling.
So, I think that's a great question. I don't necessarily know because you're again the situation being that someone works for the federal government. Polymarket has no idea where you work for, so the federal employee can bet on something.
Got it. Is there any way anybody here can think of?
Yeah, if I could chime in,
I don't know.
I think the rule.
Hang on, real quick. Let Circa was about to offer an answer.
Sure, go ahead.
A federal employee cannot bet in any market. It is illegal right now. The problem is they can go on Polymarket or Kalshi, and it's a future security now. It's not really betting, and that's a massive.
But it is.
mistake in my mind.
We can play a semantic game of calling it a UAP instead of UFO. It's still the same fucking thing. We all know it's the same
because of the
thing.
way we've classified. We can change
the
that.
problem
but
on
right now-
the problem on top of that
semantics, right?
is
But wait, can I-
that you have information, but instead of betting on it yourself, you could just sell it to someone who that's the
somebody
other
else
the
who
other
could, absolutely.
Somebody
That's true story, Casey.
so that'll always exist. I just wanted to chime in here if I could.
Yeah, go ahead, Tess.
Well, I think having the rule is probably the best you can do because it's sort of you are not permitting it, and I think the majority of people will follow that once they know that. So it's like jaywalking, right? Like if just because people know that you're not supposed to do it or you could get a ticket or something, it discourages people doing it. Even if there's no traffic, like whatever, it creates that it sets a tone. What's illegal?
Yeah. So basically you're saying we can trust we would trust people to their own recognizance.
So no, it's illegal to use
until we would trust but verify.
It is illegal.
Is that basically what you're saying?
Basically, and it's illegal to use non-public information for betting. I don't think it's illegal for federal
to make a bet, like do gambling on these things. But the problem is right now the protection that we have, or the legality.
No, I don't believe
not there.
it is. It's illegal to use non-public information for these things. So
no, it is illegal for a federal employee to make literally gamble on policy or things like that.
Please show me the link to where that is. Please give us whatever information you're pulling that from, Circa.
Sure.
Cite a source. I don't care. Yeah, just give me whatever source you got.
Kalshi in Polymarkets is different is because it's not betting; it's a security.
Sure, cool. But it is still betting. But again, that's fine. I would like to see where you're getting the information that it is illegal for federal employees to bet on these things.
You can't.
I understand you're telling me that it's a distinction, but
this might be.
I did a fair bit. Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, this might be slightly irrelevant. I don't know that I'm not a gambler that much, but with gambling income being declared on your taxes, is there something there where that would be the mechanism?
735-201. That's what it's from.
What?
Thank you.
5 CFR 735-201.
So, is there anything with the notion that someone has to declare gambling income if they are somebody who works for the federal government and they try to claim, money from here? I don't do my own taxes, so I don't know exactly how that works. If it's, but I'll just throw that out to the rest of you.
Declare it to who? Like the IRS? You have to, if it's over like some amount, like $2,500. Like you have to.
Yeah. So
you're supposed to.
Okay. So yeah, let's say we have a federal employee who we all agree should not be using the information that they have, and Kalshi or whoever doesn't know that they're a federal employee, but they bet, they win money, and then at the point of declaring that information, declaring that income, is there anything there where we'd be able to say, oh, obviously you could do tax evasion, but it's either tax evasion or you're actually telling us what you're doing. I don't know exactly how that works. So,
real quick, Circa, I just searched that page for the word bet, and I searched for the word gamble, and I don't see either of those in that code of federal regulations. So, if you could tell me where it says that you're not allowed to gamble or bet.
735-201. That's what it is.
So I have it pulled up here. So, a employee shall not conduct or participate in any gambling activity, including operating gambling device, conducting a lottery or pool, participating for money or property. I think the first part here says on government-owned or leased property, so they can't do it at their job.
I did look it up, but it depends.
Or on duty for the government. So, sorry, go ahead.
depending on how much the winnings are, that it is actually very possible for them to hide it. It only gets reported to the IRS if it's over
Hide
1,000.
it, but it's still illegal, which is what Circa's point was.
200. Yeah.
So
But
it's
they-
easy to hide it, but it
that's
is
the kind of
technically
money
illegal already.
Well, that's the kind of money I think we're talking about.
No,
However,
I need to push back on this.
Go ahead.
It regulates when and where. It does not prohibit you
No,
from gambling on
there's
these things.
also agency-specific ethic rules, and
Yeah, I have a bunch of them pulled up in the side, or I can pull them up in the side chat. But like, you can't benefit off of through public office for like private. I guess, what do you call it?
Isn't that what we're talking about, though?
We are
Benefiting
but-
versus betting, is that always the
You
same?
can't gamble as a federal employee on policy.
Yeah, you
or
can't use
anything
public
related-
office
yeah.
for private gain, right? So it is
You can't
technically.
gamble on anything relating to the government office or like government in general or any policy or anything that's agencies. Like that's what I'm talking about. It's
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying what you
But
cited
it's
doesn't
not
say that.
illegal in poly market right now.
Yes, because it's not technically considered gambling. I understand.
That's the problem right now. That is the real problem.
Yeah, I'm not.
But I think we all
That's why it's
understand.
different. We
We're-
have laws in
So
place
ban
to
poly
stop
market.
gambling from happening, right?
yeah.
That's what I was
Polymarket.
just about to say. So
And-
hold on, Circa. So do you believe then that people should be banned from betting on federal employees should be banned from betting on production markets?
On the ones online, the ones
Yes.
we're talking about, right?
Yes.
I think the SEC needs to reclassify them away from something that is a very important part of our economy.
Stop calling it futures and start calling it gambling.
No, get rid of their classification. I don't know why the hell we gave them the ability to do that, or at least when they started doing things that are more than just futures contracts, we needed to, fucking like enforce that. Be like, this is not a futures contract. I'm not a real one. at
By
least. Like,
by
it
the
needs to-
way,
it needs to be discussed.
online gambling is illegal in Washington State, but my friends, a lot of them use Robinhood, and at some point, like I was like watching a sports game with them. At some point, I look over my friend, and he's like betting on the game we're watching, and I'm like, oh, what are you using with that? And like, apparently Robinhood started making it so you could bet on quote unquote sports futures. They
Really?
literally
Oh,
made
sorry.
they
I'm gonna
literally
answer
made
one before I
sports
left.
betting, but sold it there, or they disguised it as a future or whatever, right? So that just like playing word games, basically, like to go
Pretty much, yeah.
sports futures.
Poly markets
Ridiculous.
did leave the U.S., and then when Trump came back into power, they came right back, and now they are in the U.S. again. But they did leave, like completely, and they were not a futures contract company. But Trump, I think, approved them as soon as they came.
And
back.
they deal only in crypto, which is another huge problem.
Yeah,
If you
that's
win
the
a bunch of money from a casino, they take your name because they need your name. They need to say that's where the money went. So like if you don't put it on your tax statement, like that's a problem because like the casino knows where the money went. Therefore, the government knows where the money
Kalshi
went.
does not.
With
do
poly
this,
market,
but-
Keno Casino?
No one knows where the
gamble.
no one knows where
Oh
the
yeah, gambling with
money went.
crypto.
It's definitely
There
a
are
lot more.
places
I got that
where
reference,
you can
Tyler.
gamble on crypto.
Yeah, I didn't catch it. I really wanted to hear it, but it's okay. So I was actually going to jump in there. So we've actually went pretty far over the 30 minutes allotted for this particular prompt. It was a great conversation. There was a lot to poke at it, and it was really cool that it actually happened like that. Everything seems to be working now, so we're just going to roll on to the second one, if that is all right with everybody else. So the second prompt for the night was about the military-industrial complex. We already know that Emmett has left, so he's not going to be able to really hear any feedback or be able to really contribute much to his side of the story. But I'm interested to hear everybody else's takes on this.
I know
one
Lutch
as
was
well.
ready to tee off at the start.
Yeah,
of the last
I
one,
saw him.
actually.
I saw him fucking going frantic. So yeah. Again, let's hear from the peanut gallery. Who agrees that the military-industrial complex should be nationalized? Just to start this off. 1, 2.
Broad.
I don't have
don't
a strong
see-
opinion, but probably no.
But you're holding up your squirrel's hand. All right. Casey
really get
didn't
the
raise
prompt.
his hand. Okay, so
Well,
it
I
looks
was
like
raising-
it's just you and me, Vigi. All right, everybody else then. Tell us why it would be bad for us to industrialize the national military-industrial complex the way that we have the police force, for instance.
I mean, nationalize
I don't have a name.
Yeah.
I don't have a hand. I
Sorry.
mean,
because some things in
I don't have a hand.
military
What's happening?
have
I
they
can't read.
function perfectly fine in a capitalist format, and some don't. So I don't know what this prompt means.
War
but-
profiteering is one that you would say is good.
No, it's just there's an efficient market happening to at least give us the things we need for the
Or war
we need
profiteering.
it.
Yeah, no, I got you.
There are more
So-
there are more
Military is
angles to this
necessary,
than
though,
just
right?
that.
No one
No.
wants
Yes.
to go to war, but It's
Well,
like
so hold on.
we
No,
have
no.
a
You
bunch
just
of
hit it on the
companies
head. You
making
just hit it on the
something,
head,
that's
Circa.
fine.
The military is important and it is essential. Why would arming the military not fall into the same category? We don't want an independently owned and operated military. Why do we want a military that is armed by companies that are independently owned and operated?
Private one? You mean a private military?
Yes, I don't want a private military, and so it doesn't make sense to me for us to
We don't,
privatize
yeah.
the arming of the military either.
Okay, so
No,
I can
because
answer
some things
those.
the military uses might actually be better and it might be more efficient and more optimal to have. a
Might
market
be, could
provide
be,
it. Yeah.
could maybe be, could might be. What were you gonna say, Tyler?
For a lot of things, it absolutely.
Do we have crystal
is.
balls here? Does anybody have?
We have two. So you have two questions. Absolutely.
Show me your
is.
crystal balls.
Not just maybe.
For some- a lot
the
of things
free
it absolutely
market
is, 100%.
significantly more efficient and innovative than the government sector, who has no reason to innovate. They're absolutely innovative.
The government innovates.
So now let's go back to the NASA argument. The NASA argument that was starting to happen, but didn't really.
SpaceX, yeah.
Right.
We compare
So-
SpaceX and NASA.
Compare SpaceX to
gets
NASA.
all
That's
NASA,
right.
NASA
Why do you need
prior to
NASA outsources almost everything to
Oh.
SpaceX now.
They do now
Yeah.
because one
Because
team
they
decided
stole
they
the
wanted to
funding.
stop funding NASA.
Yeah, they stole
Right?
the funding.
Yeah, they stole the funding, so they took away the money, so they had no choice. So okay, but let's look at because
Okay,
this
but
was
let's
this
not-
was one of the things. This was irking me during the debate that it didn't really get fucking nailed down.
well, this debate pissed me
and-
off actually.
Yeah, no, this one had me.
Emmett will
like,
do
I
that
was-
to you. Emmett will do that to you.
Oh, you know what? I was impressed by
It
it.
wasn't that-
People told me
I
that
voted for
Emmett
him.
was going to be like riled up in
thought
bad
Emmett
faith.
won too.
I got to say, and speaking of which, Casey, I do not appreciate you sparking the bad faith because Emmett was behaving.
Oh, I
he
didn't
was being
spark bad
good
faith.
faith or
Whoa,
good faith.
whoa,
He
whoa,
wasn't
whoa,
insulting.
whoa.
You
Oh,
only said
okay, I
that.
insulted. I insulted. Yes.
So you did insult first, and that did indeed. Like I didn't yell at him because you picked the fight, bro. I mean, so anyways, that said, all slapped
Emmett
over.
may be returning shortly to add to the discussions as Smoking Spaceman.
Fantastic. Awesome. Very cool. Look forward to it. So, back to the question with NASA. So, NASA used to be less corrupt. Both of y'all seemed to agree on that. But once we started outsourcing, I just want to make sure I understood your argument here, Casey. Once NASA started outsourcing their development, that was when it started getting more corrupt because now it's going to the highest bidder or the lowest bidder. Now it's going to the private market and it's getting outsourced to other countries with proprietary technology.
This feels wrong. Okay, NASA would use government money to then pay private contractors and private companies to then give them things to build with. So NASA,
Even when we got to the moon?
military is kind of like that, huh?
When we got to the moon, the process of us getting to the
NASA
moon
doesn't
was
have a
privatized.
steel company, right? Like they don't have a steel company. They take the government money.
Well, sure,
and
of
they go
course
to a
they buy
private
things,
steel
but
company.
they were creating their own groups to research things, correct?
Well, yeah, but even
Yes.
then, it's like they're buying. You know, the private market is integral to all of these government markets that we have. Okay, as far as the military goes, the problem with the military-industrial complex is when we have like one company that is able to make, like, let's say, is contracted out to make like a fucking circuit board, and then they can charge whatever the fuck they want for it because it's a really high barrier for the military to accept a new company or like switch that out, especially if these relationships start to form. And then there's a lot of corruption there because now a circuit board costs $100,000 or $1 million.
Yes.
For one that should cost 10, but that's
So
not
basically-
capitalism happening there.
You know who built
Hold on,
the first rocket?
okay, hold on. So what you're saying, hang on, and I'll give it to you next, Tyler, but I just want to make sure I understand. It sounds to me like you're saying to get rid of the corruption, the government needs to take over the entire production line from start to
if one
finish.
company
They need to
making
have their own
something,
steel
might
company
as
to
well.
provide, they need their own circuit board company, et cetera, et cetera. Got it. All right,
But
cool.
there's different
Now
companies
we're
in the
talking
military,
socialism,
right?
buddy.
There's markets where, like, you know, the material to make
I'm ready to counter Tyler's point.
certain metals is like not one company. I don't think we should nationalize that.
Go ahead, Tyler. What were you going to say, sir? I'm sorry. Thank you for your
So,
patience.
in 1969, the Saturn V rocket which launched the Apollo 11 mission, was built by 4 companies. The first company was Boeing that did the level 1 structure. After that, Matt went to North American Aviation for the second stage, Douglas Aircraft for the third stage, and the IBM was in charge of their entire guidance system. Almost the entire.
So you're telling me NASA was the military-industrial complex all along?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make it better.
It makes it great.
So
the military-industrial complex is working fantastically. If you haven't noticed,
I got one.
It wasn't that. Yeah, they were never. It was never NASA made all of like they were in charge of everything that NASA did. But the idea is that they were in charge of a lot more shit than today's NASA. Like the less outsourcing, the better.
I'll throw out there that, or I don't have like super strong opinions on this one, so I don't really have too much to say. But I think my one sort of concern, because I haven't given this tons of thought, is that if it were nationalized, I guess, especially in the context of the U.S., the fact that the U.S. spends so much on military, the idea of nationalizing that, I feel like in terms of the cost burden, would then solely be on the taxpayers, right? And so there are two things that maybe would. I could be, yeah. I'll let me just land the plane, and then you guys can tear it apart.
Yeah, do it.
Sure, yeah. I could be wrong about this entirely. Just vibes going here. So one would be that perhaps there would be like because they're, I guess, more democratically accountable theoretically, there may be an incentive to then reduce the size, to reduce, I guess, the cost burden that is being shed. And the only other thing is, I know that especially for technological development, that is one area where I would say that the private sector does tend to do better in terms of innovation. So I mean, not speaking super broadly, but the government would probably have more inefficiencies, or they would be less concerned with certain deadlines.
The issue, it's not an open market argument, because the majority of the contracts are like going to the exact same company no matter what, or it's a no bid contract that's from made by some anonymous. They just give the contract out to
someone. What would be the difference between that and what's happening now then?
When you give a no bid contract out, like to whatever amount, like you're just writing them a huge check. Like you're just giving them a bunch of fucking money. And by the way, and the same people who are giving them the contract
means no competition.
No bid contracts,
right?
Correct. Yeah. Okay.
How many no bid? How many like in the military industrial complex? Like sort of like military
equipment
shit?
we're talking about? Like the expensive stuff. How many?
What kind of a?
I mean, like steel that goes in F-35.
No, I'm not talking about steel. I'm talking about.
Can we talk about DARPA in this conversation?
A lot of stuff in the military needs.
You could build this,
or meet expectations. They need to meet like a certain minimum because it's the army. It needs to function at a.
Did you miss my very recent story about the company that went to China and made the antennas for $6? And they're still getting government contracts.
You just described.
Isn't China known for stealing intellectual property?
All right.